Good morning and welcome to a brisky Vereeniging Kart Circuit here this morning. We're just outside of Johannesburg, still here up on the Vaal Triangle, or the old Vaal Triangle as it used to be known. And VKC, of course, has put together round 2 of the Rock Cup South Africa Championships. And it's a cool and brisky morning, as you can see. Lots of jackets, lots of hoodies, lots of beanies out there. And some youngsters ready to go here for their first race of the day. It's a big welcome to everybody who's joining us around the world here from our live stream feed. And certainly looking forward to entertaining you here with our Up to 60 Seconds team and the Two Wheels team bringing you all the action here today from Vereeniging Kart Circuit with yours truly, the voice of choice, Greg Maloney. Hope you're going to enjoy all the action with us. And of course, if you are joining us from all around the world, a big welcome to everybody here. And please make sure that you are passing on all this information to your friends and family. Yes, Evs, it's extremely chilly. There's no doubt about it. We're upstairs here in the old entertainment area of Vereeniging Kart Circuit, and it's still even chilly inside the studio that we're working out of today. So it's going to be a a cool day all day long. Good for kart engines, not so good for kart tires, and not so good for track temperatures. But expect to see some big race action, as always, with these youngsters that go at it in the 5 classes that we are racing in today. We're going to kick things off. As you can see, lining up down the bottom there in the pre-race area, we have Mini Rock, who are standing by to get out onto the circuit. We had a couple of shots which you probably would have seen if you joined us in the stream before the commentary started, of some of our young Broly babes doing some workout on the track to ensure that we are showing our FIA and friends overseas that we are looking to do a full inclusion here. Marius Roberts out there as well. I think he'll be covering a couple of things for Squadra Course, one of the teams here involved and part of the Volkswagen Motorsport brand, of course, here this weekend. And we'll bring you all the action, starting, as I said, with Mini Rock. We then go into the Bambino class. We've got OKJ, we've got Kid Rock, and we've got KZ2s that are all going to be part and parcel of the 15 heats of racing here today. So expect to see some big action out on track. A massive welcome as well, of course, to all of our brand new sponsors here for Rock Cup South Africa at the Vereeniging Kart Circuit, and Allegiance Properties, Fleet Dynamics Group, the Grand Prix Store, VKC, Sales Switch, Silvercrest, all joining us as part of the live stream feed. And a massive thanks to all of them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to do this live stream feed from Vereeniging Kart Circuit here today. So big welcome to all of them. Hope they're going to enjoy what they get from the action that is about to take place on track. We're going to get a lap here to warm up some tires, and then they'll get into their formation. And they come up onto the grid, of course, to form up with our incredible little Broly babes out there. And, of course, we have got a little bit of a demonstration at lunchtime that is set up to show you how we're including our ladies into racing. And, of course, we're starting to get some of our people with disabilities and lack of accessibility to get into kart racing. And we'll get into that a bit later on in the day. But it is fantastic to see the initiative that Motorsport South Africa, VKC, and Rock Cup South Africa have put together here today. There you go, little formation for our grid. And that'll probably be the first time the ladies running off there. A lot quicker than what we would have seen at an F1 grid or a MotoGP grid. They kind of take their time there, but you can see all our officials are ready to go. And it's going to be the front row there, of course, with Sebastian Diaz and Jack Moore, who are going to lead them around to try and get things sorted out here for the first race of the day. If you want to pick up on some of the live timing, you can see also that's the grid, how it lines up. Matteo Mason and James Nash, followed there by William Marshall and Josh Moore. It's Chapang Shinsanwana, Luke Hill, and then it's Rafael Da Silva, Chase Carty, and then you've got Angelo Brachini, and we got Enzo Ruggierijo, and then we got Aidan Beaumont, Talon Patel, Caleb Moss, Menalesi and Colbon. We've got Emma Dowling out there as well, Sebastian Human. Spices at the back there, that's Rechaile Maeula, and Ewan Fenter making up the grid here for the first race of the day, and our first bit of race action coming away here from Vereeniging Kart Circuit. Fantastic to be part and parcel of, as always, with our team here from Up to 60 Seconds and Two Wheels, and doing some of the cutting today. Legend is back in the house with Scotty Seaward doing our directing today, so looking forward to the race action as they now come under the starters. And you can see a couple of guys not quite in formation, but they're going to have to get in formation now. They're going to get another lap to get that formation right. They were not set up like they're supposed to have been. One more lap to get sorted out. They all have to be in formation and then slot into those tram lines on the main straight to get ready to go for race number 1 here of Mini Rock. Matteo Mason rocking a Senna-esque replica helmet there, or just the back end of it anyway. You can see the front end with a slightly different design, but if you look at it from the back, the yellow Senna synonymous helmet design on Matteo's helmet there. He's the man who's going to slot up into the second row of the grid as they now start to come into formation. You'll see from the sideline the marshals all telling them to slow down and get themselves into their race formation. They are itching to go here. They are really, really looking forward to a great battle. And it's up to, of course, Sebastian Diaz and Jack Moore to dictate the pace now as they come out of Tolkien Corner. And that's left-hand side would be entrance to the pit lane there, just in front of the marshal. This time they seem to be a little bit closer and ready to go. They are still telling them to slow down. There are a couple of guys at the back that are not quite in formation. And now as they come through, they expect to see the battle to start for the first time in Mini Rock. into the tram lines. Are we ready to go this time? Yes, it looks like we got a good start. And everybody heads down towards the Peterson chicane for the first time. Heading into Peterson chicane, it's Diaz. Diaz looks like he's got the whole shot and headed through there right on his tail. Mateo Mason. Jack Moore diving through into turn 1. Has a big look on the inside, and there it goes. Chopping and changing already as they head down towards turn 2. Little short straight that heads into that very, very tricky right-hand hairpin. Inside, Mateo Mason looking for a way through. He has to chuck it back into third place as he comes into the triple left-hander for the first time. And now as they get into it for the first time here in Mini Rock, you can see just how close things are getting. Absolutely nothing in it between these guys. And the first 6 karts are split by less than half a second. 6th place being resumed there, 5th place being taken over. A couple of chopping and changing that's happening in the background there. Watch out for those battles. It was the 4 kart there of Josh Moore just diving through to find a way past. 48 is up there too. Good start from William Marshall. William Marshall, of course, currently sitting 2nd place in this championship. The championship leader, Ethan Lennon, hasn't made it out to round 2 of this championship, so I'm not quite sure what happened there. We'll try and get information on that during the day, but the championship leader coming into this round is not in this race. Jack Moore, once again, swaps out for the lead, and he goes to the right-hand side to be defensive for the right-hander coming up. Not going to let anybody through there. Oh, great move. That was 48, just squeezing through there. William Marshall up into 2nd. Now remember, Marshall is 2nd in the championship coming into this round, and he'll be looking to try and score as many points as possible and possibly take the lead of the championship if he can keep going the way he's going right now. It's a triple left-hander that heads into a double right. This is the double right they come through now. Mason's starting to put some pressure from behind as well. He's lost a little bit of ground there to the 4 kart, and the 4 kart of Josh Moore absolutely flying through this field. Chopping through the field like a hot knife through butter. Trying to come up to the 4th place, but he's just lost the back of that top 3. Top 3 getting away ever so slightly there from the 4 kart in 4th of Josh Moore. Behind him is Shinsinwana Tapang. What a good start there from Tapang Shinsinwana. Rafael De Silva is up to 7th. That's Chase Carty, who's into 8th place. Luke Hill is there in 9th, and Enzo is up into 10th place. So your top 10, absolutely nothing in it. And fastest man on track at the moment, and understandably because he's just at the front, is the 48 kart of William Marshall, I should say, who has got to the front end there, and he now leads out. Now, can he keep it all together? If he can stay in front here and hopefully open up a little bit of a gap, that's going to do his championship his championship intentions all the very good that he needs to have today. Heading up into Tolkien corner, second last corner. It's a right-left flick. You'll see they come through there. It's almost like an S-bend with a hairpin start. And wow, I can tell you something right now. That 48 kart is looking very good, but he's still got pressure. And that the second group is actually caught up there. So we've got 5 karts fighting for the lead now as they come through to complete another lap here. Brilliant race action as always here from our Mini Rock. And they're putting on a great show to start things out. You're heading down towards the hairpin. Well, the 4 kart going very defensive. And it looks like Josh Moore trying to find a way to get to the front end. Not going to be too easy for him, though, I can tell you. Not with the kind of battles we expect here all day long from this class. They really have got a superb turn of pace, and they are putting on a show of note here for the first race of the day, which is exactly what we expected. Getting things all sorted out for the first time is always not easy at a track when it's cold like it is today, and they're going to have to just be wary of the amount of rubber that might get used up here. Change up for the lead again. The 25 kart hits the front again of Sebastian Diaz, and he's now starting to pull away. Opens up a small margin as they cross the line and complete another one. Coming through Peterson chicane once again. Here we go. Big move on the cards here from Moore. Jack Moore looking for a chance to possibly get ahead there. And looks like Marshall. Oh, look at that in the background. Watch out for the 69 kart. Rafael De Silva having a big look at the 4 kart there of Josh Moore. Very close between those guys as well. But the top 3 absolutely evenly matched and just opening up a little bit of margin again. It just seems to be certain areas where the 4 kart of Josh Moore can close in on them. But then they just pull away ever so slightly at the other sections of the circuit. So there's hardly anything in it. A little bit of a gap now opening up between the top 3 as well. Not as close. That steam train's got a little bit of a breathing room between the cabooses in each of them as they come through there for the final turn. Diaz from Marshall from Moore. And across the line again to complete another one. Absolutely brilliant stuff here from these guys and girls as they go at it here for race 1 of round 2 of Rock Cup South Africa. Down the back straight away, watching out for the 28 kart as well. Mateo Mason trying to bridge that gap between himself in 4th place, a lonely 4th place at this stage, and the top 3. Not always easy to do that when you're on your own. And you can see he's going to have to just concentrate, hopefully see some of the action we're seeing there for second place now. A bit of battling like that tends to slow each other down. And Moore now up ahead. Marshall down to third. Marshall in the third place will probably be watching over his shoulder to keep an eye out there for Mateo Mason if he's on his way. Mateo Mason's pulled away slightly as well from Chase Carty and Josh Moore. Rafael De Silva's dropped back slightly. And Tucker, how are you enjoying things there? A little chilly in the South Wales as well? Yeah, well, the UK is always chilly at this time of the year. Although in a week's time I should actually be heading out to the island just to the other side of you guys in South Wales there. But I hope you're enjoying all the action, and thanks so much for all of the comments that are coming through here as well. Comments flying as well through here too. Fantastic to have you all here, and of course please pass on this this live feed and live stream to all your friends and family, and to all the fans of karting as well. We love the interaction we're getting from you guys. If you want the live timing, remember you have to get onto apextiming.com, apex-timing.com, and you can pick up on the live timing as well as the results of all of the races here today, courtesy of Brett and his team. They've put it up. Across the line there, it was 0.6 of a second between the first 3 karts. A little bit of a gap down to Mateo Mason in fourth. He's not able to bridge that gap at this stage, so he is really battling a little bit there to try and bridge the gap there between himself in fourth and the top 3 just ahead of him. If he had another kart with him, it'd probably help him out. 2 karts usually go through the air a lot quicker than one on its own, and that's why these 3 are starting to open up a bit of a margin. Fifth place, I should say, is the 4 kart of Josh Moore. And Josh Moore also has his intentions to climb and catch and pass possibly Mateo Mason there for the 4 spot. Behind that, they line up with now Chase Carty and Chapang Shinsindwana and Rafael De Silva, very evenly matched for the second part of the top 10. Possibilities of a change up here for the lead. 31 went defensive. Jack Moore had to go defensive because Diaz was coming along for the ride. Seb Diaz had a big look there again. Now going to look into the inside of the left-handers, and he goes through perfectly. Great bit of driving there from Sebastian Diaz. Just dives up the inside, and that opened up an opportunity for Marshall too. Yep, Marshall diving through too and finding a way to just get a little bit higher up than what he was into second. So leader dropping down 2 places in the space of 2 corners. That's what can happen here in Mini Rock, and it tends to happen all the time. So a nice little start to the day's action here from these guys. That is for sure. Oh, great return of that move. The 31 kart just squeezing through there, and Moore finds a way back into second. You can see Diaz getting away ever so slightly. That's, I think, why he went almost instantaneously to return the favor. But William is right there with him. Marshall William is not letting him go. And those 2 fighting hard might just slow each other down and give Sebastian Diaz a chance to get away. Diaz is just putting his head down and doing exactly what he needs to do to get away from these 2. Looking on the left-hand side and right-hand side of the tracks as well. Keep an eye out on the amount of water that's lying on the side of the track. Massive thunderstorm here last night. Not quite the time of year for thunderstorms, but needless to say, the way that the weather pattern is changing here in South Africa and all around the world, there's something completely unexpected with a huge thunderstorm here last night and putting lots of standing water on the grass sections of the circuit. So if you do go off today at some point, it can be pretty tricky to return, or you you might need some scuba gear. Checkered flag is out though, and it's an easy win there in the end for Sebastian Diaz. Jack Moore comes through for second, and William Marshall finishes up in third place ahead of Mateo Mason. It's Josh Moore in 5, Chase Carty in 6, Japan Shinsindwana in 7th place with Luke Hill in 8th. Rafael De Silva beats out Spice, who came from the back of the grid. Can you believe that? Spice Maule, Riachile, coming through the field and chopping from 23rd place on the grid up to 10th in the space of 10 laps. So have a look at that. There's your top 12. Confirmation, of course, of unofficial results at this stage. 13th place was Enzo. 14th was James Nash. Keegan Beaumont was 15th ahead of Sebastian Human, Caleb Moss and Angelo Brocchini. And then it's Ewan Fenter, Aidan Beaumont, and a good run there from Emma Dowling and Troy Van Alaan, who will finish up in the top 22 there. So that's how we finish things up here for Mini Rock for our first race of the day. Hope you enjoyed that one. Coming up in a few minutes' time, we're going to be heading into the Bambino class, and that'll be here from VKC, courtesy of Allegiance Properties and all our sponsors, Fleet Dynamics Group, Grand Prix Store, Cell Switch, and Silvercrest, here at the Rock Cup South Africa Round 2 in Vereeniging. Back to the action here at VKC for round 2 of Rock Cup South Africa. And on track is Bambino. Bambino class, of course, are our youngsters of the karting, and showing the future of the sport is looking good. As we've got, MotoGP have got brolly babes, we've got brolly babies. Our young ladies are out there, and they're going to be doing exactly what the duties are of our MotoGP brolly babes. But great to see these young ladies getting a chance to be on track with the future of the sport here in Bambino. Bambinos, of course, are our youngsters of this category, and great to see some big names starting to come through those youngsters, including the number 24 kart on pole position there of Noah Cronje. And of course, if you are a South African motorsport fan, the Cronje family are well and truly established as some of the finest drivers ever to come out of South Africa, with Dad, Mark Cronje, and of course Uncle Gavin, who of course have done some incredible things in their own way and sport they've been involved in. Led out by our lead karts, just to keep the pace for Bambino. Get an opportunity now to see these youngsters go at it for the first time. Noah Cronje does come into the championship on pole position, and he's also the leader of the championship, having won the first 3 races back-to-back. So he'll be the man to watch out for at the front in kart number 24. But Diego Antunes and Zach Boshoff will certainly be looking to change things around there if they can. Boshoff in the 55 kart, 66 is Diego Antunes. And, of course, watch out for Dylan Besaidenote, Carl Besaidenote, Jensen Diaz. And joining them today will be Benjamin Gibbard and Boipelo Motlareche. And, of course, we've got Mfana Omalemo out there as well. So some fun and games to be had here with our junior category, the Bambino class. And all going to be looking forward to their first bit of action here today at the VKC circuit. If you just joined us from all around the world, a massive thanks to you guys for joining us, and thanks so much for the support. Remember, we've got action coming right the way through the day. There's 15 heats of racing. We're only into heat number 2 at this stage, and 3 heats of each of the classes that are racing here today as well. So our lead kart will just slow them down slightly, get them into formation. Looks like these guys got the memo a bit better than our Mini Rock did a bit earlier on, and they are good to go. 551 at the back there is Mfana Omalemo. One of the first times we've seen him out in a kart as well, so watch out for the future of that young man as they come under starters orders now. Got them lined up, got them into the tram lines, and we are good to go here for a start. Watch out for Noah if he can try and get away from this field. Pace kart will go away. They've got a slightly quicker kart, of course, pretty easy to see how that'll happen. As he goes into the chicane, the pace kart, of course, is the man who's not leading us up. Watch out in the background there. That first kart is not... Here we go. Yeah, they come. It's Noah. Right on his tail there is the 66 of Diego Antunes. Antunes trying to just get up the road there and stay with Noah Cronje if he can, as they go down into turn 2 for the first time. 8-lap race coming away right now. Antunes now tucked in behind him is the 55 kart of Zach Boshoff. Boshoff being closed down by the 27 kart there. Good number on that kart. Lewin de Vet is sitting in 4th place. So that's how they run into the triple left-hander for the first time. They climb on the brakes and flick it into the final part of that 3 apex corner into a double right. That leads them onto the short straightaway and into the second last corner. That is Tolkien corner. Big move there from the 18 machine. Motlareche trying to find a way through. Can he find it? Didn't quite get it squeezed in, but he was having a look, that is for sure. And fighting hard there with the 27 kart of Lewin de Vet. 2 of them pretty evenly matched. That's a great little fight there in the background. And the 4-5 battle is definitely starting to heat up. 6th place at this stage, right at the back of the field. Mfana Omalemo just hanging on to the back of that pack. But looks like Noah's got his head down. He's going to try and pull away now from these guys and do what he did at the first round. Down in the Western Province Karting Circuit at Killarney International Raceway. He was the best man out there all day long. 3 wins out of 3 starts. And the 2nd and 3rd place honours were shared between these two. Oh, big move and a big slide as well from the 55 kart. Zach Boshoff got a little bit out of shape there. It's given a little bit of breathing room to Diego Antunes to get away. Let's see if he's able to find anything and do anything about these little gaps that have opened up now after a small mistake there from his closest rival. So leader, as I said, is going to be a tough man to beat today. He spends a lot of time here with his dad, and of course the Ginger Ninja, his uncle, is there too to help him out, I'm sure. But as they head down, this is fantastic stuff. It really is great to see these 3 karts going at it and how close they are. The 27 kart there of De Vet is the meat and the sandwich at this stage, and watch out for a move here from Boipelo. Boipelo had a big look there again coming out of the little chicane. And now into the main straight, heading into Peterson chicane. He's on the inside line. If he's good enough on the lift-off, it's not really a break into the chicane. It's a little lift-off for these karts just to settle them and get them through. He might have moved up into the 5 spot. No, he hasn't. But he has a move. Once again, back at it from the 55 kart of Zach Boshoff. Boshoff goes at it and has a big look as he squeezes through to try and find a way into what is now 4th place. So we got a battle for 2nd and 3rd, and just behind them a battle for 4th and 5th. Absolutely nothing between these 4 karts, though. Great to see how hard they are working. 18 is now moved up into the 4th spot, so we've got some maneuvers happening there from Boipelo. Boipelo, meaning business here, wants to take on guys who were a bit further up the road from him. And, of course, this is his first round of this championship coming into VKC. He wasn't down at the Western Province Kart Circuit, so he would be scoring some valuable championship points here if he can get up into that top 3. Here we go, coming down into turn number 8 as they come across the final corner and across the line to complete another lap. That's halfway. No, it's not, just under halfway, sorry. I forgot we got Cronier up the road. I'm watching those second group of karts, and that's saying that's the lead, but we're forgetting about Noah just up the road there. This is for 2nd place. Boshoff and Turnes. And it's, I can tell you, Boipelo is showing a lot of great pace here. First time out for him in the National Championship. He's up to 3rd as they get into turn 2. Nice maneuver there from Molatechi. Just getting through and up into 3rd place, and already starting to hunt down the 2nd place kart there of the 5-5, Zach Boshoff. So Zach Boshoff now going to have to be very wary about the attack coming from the 18 kart behind him. As they come into the double right-hander, battle for 2nd is certainly on here, and it is a great battle. 4 karts, nothing in it. Those 4 karts at this stage are split by 0.4 of a second. That is fantastic to see. So leader's got everything sorted out at this stage. Just disappearing at the front end, letting these guys fight it out for 2nd. No, doing exactly what both his dad and uncle do in South African motorsport, becoming a big name in the Bambino class here. This is going to be 4 out of 4 if he can stay at the front end of this one, and that's the kind of pace we're going to see all day long from him, I'm sure. Standing by for the 2nd. Yeah, there is 2nd place battle. Flies into shot on cue. Heading down towards turn 2. Do we have a change up here for 2nd? No, not quite close enough just yet from Boipelo, but he's not too far off. I can tell you something. There is a big fight here expected for 2nd, and it's starting to heat up with the halfway stage reach there on the last pass. There's a very good possibility here that we're going to see Boipelo Motlaeche moving up into 2nd place and demoting Zach Boshoff down 1 place. Boshoff is going to make him work hard for it, though. Not going to make it easy for him at all as they come into the 2nd last turn. Tolkien corner here at VKC. Great to see what Patsy and her team have done here. Incredible circuit that runs all year long. And we've got, of course, MSA and the FIA watching here to see how awesome this stream is and what's happening in the sport of karting in South Africa. It really is very rich, and certainly we've had some incredible races in the past, and of course this season championships will be looking to go and take on the world's best in the world finals later on in the year as well. Hard on the brakes and into turn 2. No change up there. Big look, but runs a bit wide there, does Boipelo. Trying to get a slightly different line into the left-handers, but it slowed him down slightly, and it's allowed Antunes to come back again. So Diego is back into it and looking for a chance now. So we've got some big fights happening out the front end here. And this 2nd place battle is now starting to heat up even more with the return of Diego Antunes. He's back into it. 3-way fight for 2nd. Looks like a little bit off the pace there from Luan de Vet. Luan just losing a little bit of time there as they come through. They're going to be completing lap number 6 of 8 now. And it's all about, of course, our leader there, Noah Cronier. Cronier leads out comfortably, just ticking the laps off 1 by 1. He was right up close and personal with him initially, but you can just see he's just got a rhythm that they just seem to can't match or better. 55 back up into 2nd now with Boshoff, and it looks like the 66, yes. Antunes is ahead of Boipelo. Motlekhi's dropped back one position, so Motlekhi with some work to do. He was looking for a spin out. 1-2. Oh, big move there. The 55 kart spun out, so Zach Boshoff makes a big mistake. And with that, 66 follows him. Diego Antunes there, unfortunately, just spinning out in sympathy for the man who spun out in front of him. There was nowhere to go. Fortunately, no contact between those karts. Great driving from these two to avoid, but it's promoted the two of them back up into second and third place now. Wow, Luan de Vet will be thinking to himself, that's fantastic. Have a look at this from a replay point of view. As they come out of turn 2, the 55 kart's already out of shape, out of picture. 66 tries to avoid. You can see Diego just had to try and take evasive action to stay out of harm's way. Our leader starts his final lap, but Diego Antunes had nowhere to go. Zach Boshoff spinning out on his own, probably just running a little bit wide onto the dirty line on the outside of turn 2. And the exit of turn 2 sees him spin out, and it drops both Antunes and Boshoff down to 4th and 5th, where they were fighting for 2nd and 3rd. This is the battle for 2nd and 3rd, heading down that back straightaway towards turn 2. Wow, Boipelo thinking himself, thank you very much, I'll have this. I'll take this every day of the week if I can. Phenomenal bit of driving from both those drivers, though. Boipelo and Luan avoiding the two karts who spun out. And they could have ended up a lot worse had they had some contact there. Looks like Luan was meaning business. He won 2nd. Luan de Vet having a big look here, putting a lot of pressure onto the back end of Boipelo. And Motlekhi just hanging in there for now. Here they come to the lead and to the win here for Cronier. Across the line, he comes for the win. Easily done in the end. And that's 4 out of 4 for a great start to the season from Noah Cronier. Boipelo opens up his championship hopes with a 2nd place in his first outing. And Luan de Vet will come through for 3rd. Let's have a look and see who finishes up just behind that. It's going to be Boshoff who finishes up just ahead there of Diego Antunes, our two spinners from turn 2. Wow, incredible stuff there. And well done to Mfano Molemo for taking up that 6th place. We did not get Benjamin Gibbard onto the circuit, unfortunately, for the first heat. Maybe he'll get out there for heat number 2. But there's confirmation, unofficially. Cronier finishes up there ahead of Motlekhi. And then it's de Vet from Boshoff, Antunes, and Mfano, your top 6 in Bambinos. Up next, we'll be heading into, of course, a very highly anticipated race here this weekend between our OKJ competitors, and that's in a few minutes' time. Straight back into it now with heat number 1 for OKJ. Now come on, form up on the grid. Championship leader and the man who took 3 wins out of 3 starts down in Cape Town on the 19th of March at round 1 of this championship is Casey Ensel-Smith. He will be on pole position as well there. And running in the Lando Norris chassis. He will be alongside and leading things out there over the 15 kart of Taya van der Laan. Taya van der Laan certainly getting into her own with her career in motorsport. Not only participating here in OKJ, but also in the Investcam Formula 1600s. And slowly but surely becoming a big factor in that category as well. So great to see the lady driver on the front row alongside championship rival Casey Ensel-Smith. She actually got a 3rd place in Cape Town in heat number 3. So expect to see her here getting a little bit more of a run at it. Assistants on the line just to get the karts all fired up. Those assistants will jump out the way. And we're now under, of course, our rolling warm-up lap, which will bring them into formation just before we go racing. Vian Bosov is just behind them. Watch out for Divyan Naidu. The Mabunda boys are there. They are literally back-to-back there from 29 and 23 on the 3rd row and 4th row respectively. Chris Tate is there on the 3rd row alongside Intanyisol. And Malori Mabunda has got Nzalo Koza alongside him. So Nzalo Koza will be fighting hard there with the 2 Mabunda boys. And I'm sure up there as well with Chris Tate. Championship stands with Casey Ensel-Smith at the lead of this championship. He's got about 15 points ahead of Intanyisol Mabunda. So Intanyisol Mabunda will be looking for a chance to maybe just change things around and hopefully sort things out with a little bit more of a battle at the front end. Remember, they do get 1 warm-up lap just to get some heat into the rubber, and they're going to need it today, particularly if you've just joined us for the first time here on our live stream. You'll see we're at the Vereeniging Kart Circuit just outside of Johannesburg, South Africa, in the Gauteng province. And that's a very brisk and cool Saturday morning that greeted everybody this morning after a massive thunderstorm last night here in the VKC area. V-Town, of course, synonymous with massive thunderstorms and huge amounts of water. Look on the left-hand side of the track as we pan through there. You'll see the standing water on the outside of the circuit in the grass, showing you just how big a rainstorm we had here last night. And, of course, that's brought in the cold front, which is great for engines, but not so good for tyres and for track temperatures. That's why you saw these guys and girls chucking the karts around, trying to get as much heat into the rubber as possible. We are under starters' orders now, and they'll get into their formation. You can see them just being told to slow down. It will be Casey Ensel-Smith who will dictate the pace, and Taya van der Laan will be looking to attack right from the word go, as will Vian Bosov and Divyan Naidu. Stand by now as they come through and coming into the tram lines. Watch out for Casey Ensel-Smith. He'll hold that inside line for Team Gazoo Racing, and you can see he's going to have a tough time of it as they head across. Oh, already a move there from Bosov and Divyan Naidu. 2 of them cutting through, trying to find a way past, and Taya van der Laan hits the front. Oh, whole shot for the lady. There you go for ladies racing, and oh, straight back at it. Casey Ensel-Smith says, well, there you can have it for a corner. You can lead the race just for the corner into the Peterson chicane, and then I'm coming back at you. Ensel-Smith late on the brakes into turn 2. He hangs on just now ahead of Taya van der Laan, who's got Bosov all over the back of her. So a big battle there for second place already right from the word go. In fact, even for the lead. Casey Ensel-Smith was caught a little bit off guard there heading into the Peterson chicane. Van der Laan just hung on to the outside line of what is second place on the grid and was able to get the whole shot just before she got down to turn 1. Turn 1, it all changed up. And Casey Ensel-Smith there goes and sneaks into that second spot and makes it first by the time they get through into turn 2. Starting and completing lap number 1 now of 15. This OKJ class, very, very good class and a very competitive category as well. Divyan Naidu starting to put some pressure on in the backline as well, as they come through there onto the back end of Bosov. 98 also starting to make a move there. That is Divyan Naidu. And trying to find a way through to catch onto the back end of Intanyisol Mabunda. Mabunda has lost a little bit of ground there and will like to make up the ground there and see if he can close down on the 37 of Bosov. They come into the first part of the double right-hander. Big battle here for 3rd place. It's a great battle, in fact. 29 kart there. Intanyisol starting to put the pressure onto the back end of Bosov, trying to find a way through. Background as well, coming through as well, keeping an eye out on Tate, Chris Tate and Malori Mabunda. Will be looking to maybe just close those little bridges that have opened up between themselves and the karts in front. Exactly what Taylor's doing. Taya van der Laan having a phenomenal run here. Head down as she heads into the rubber-proof corner here at turn 2. Oh, it's good stuff. Fantastic. Looking in the background as well, I can see that Mike and his team from Marburn Medical are on standby in case anything goes wrong off track. It's always a good medical team to have on the circuit. They do a lot of work around the karting fraternity as well as the motocross fraternity, and of course hopefully will not be called into duty today, but it is always important to have them here on the sidelines. Also want to give a massive shout out there, of course, to Allegiance Properties, Fleet Dynamics Group, the Grand Prix Store, Cell Switch, and Silvercrest Insurance for joining us for our live stream. Looks like in the background I saw one of the carts might have spun out there. I think we may have one of the carts who spun out. I'm not quite sure who it could be. Watching it go through the field, possibly Mallory Mabunda or Tate. Chris Tate might be the cart who spun out. I just saw one of the carters out of the track, or off the track I should say, out of his cart. And if it is Tate, that's going to be a big worry there for him. Let's keep an eye as we come through the chicane here. We might see him on the left-hand side or right-hand side, depending on which side of the shot we're on. But definitely losing out one of those carts. Yep, issue there for him. And into the pits. So as they come out of Tolkien Corner into the last one, Casey Ensor Smith dominating at the front end. Van der Laan still in second. She's got about a second lead over the third place battle, and that third place battle now really raging. Mabunda is looking, and there's some problems. You can see Bossov is feeling the pressure. He looks over his shoulder. Here comes Mabunda to the inside. The Squadra Course man dives on the inside and finds a way through. Says, right, come, let's go. I love that. In karting, the gesticulations are so great. You know, saying thanks for letting me through and then saying, right, let's go. Come with me, let's work together, and let's catch these two up front. And if he's not careful, looks like might be the Mabunda and Naidu steam train coming through there to try and catch Van der Laan in second. So both of the Mabunda boys are up there. Nzalo Koza with some problems. He's a bit further back off the back of that little pack. Not quite on the same kind of pace. You can see him just in the background there crossing the line. And definitely a problem there for Chris Tate, who has now exited the circuit completely and retired. Pity about that. I'm sure they'll get that card sorted out though for race number 2. Here we go into heat 1 and coming into a third of the race completed. 5 of 15 done. And it is Ntaniso Mabunda who's trying to put his head down and can see just up the road from him Taya van der Laan. Van der Laan having a phenomenal run there in second place and doing her championship aspirations a lot of good here today. She currently sits in 4th place after the WPMC round down at the Killarney International Raceway. And she sat down in 4th place behind Divya Naidu and Ntaniso Mabunda. So being ahead of Mabunda right now is a good thing there for Taya. Right there from 3rd place. Touching that curb is not what you want to be doing. You want to try and smooth that line out of that second corner. That's better out of turn 2 from Mabunda. 4th place losing a little bit of ground. So Vion Bossop dropping back into Mallory's clutches. Mallory Mabunda, the 5th kart on track there. All white one, 98 on the number board. And just behind that you can see, well, there's a bit of maneuver there. Divya Naidu. Divya Naidu's actually got ahead. Apologies on that one. Divya Naidu's actually got ahead there of Mabunda. So Mallory Mabunda has dropped behind Divya Naidu, who's now on the return. It's Team Gazoo Racing's Casey Ensor Smith, who's out front though, ahead of Taya van der Laan. And that's how they get down to turn 2. 3rd place battle. Here it is. Ntaniso Mabunda, Vian Bossov, Divya Naidu, and Mallory Mabunda. Equally matched there, as you can see from the times. 0.4, 0.4, 0.6, and 0.6 again. That's how it stands at this stage for this fight for 3rd place. Look over the shoulder, a little bit of a concern there coming out of Ntaniso. I wonder if that's something that he needs to be worrying a bit more about. Across the line and down into turn 1 we go again with Casey Ensor Smith dominating from the front end of this field. Taya van der Laan using the experience she's had in her Formula 1600 to gain and get lots more confidence in a racing chassis, whether it's a Formula 1600 chassis or a kart. She's definitely coming to grips with racing and giving these boys a run for their money. There's no doubt about it. She's a big talent for the future. Possibly one to watch out for as well, on a similar vein to what Fabian Lance has done in karting, what Tasman Pepper's done in karting and single-seaters in her career. And now possibly a new star in the making here for South African motorsport, and particularly women in motorsport in South Africa, is Sarah van der Laan. Casey Smith though, having a phenomenal run here. I'm also looking for 4 out of 4. On a similar vein to what we've just seen a bit earlier on there in the Bambino class, coming out of Noah Cornier. A bit of a close up here on the gap. Boshoff has applied a bit more pressure, and he's certainly got a lot quicker lap time in last time. Bjorn Boshoff, yeah, one of his best laps so far out of the race. 47.3 on his last pass to close that gap down onto Intermission. And he's bringing along Divya Naidu and Mallory Mabunda along for the ride as well. So there's 3 karts closing down on the third place man. And we're at 2/3 completed. 10 out of 15 done. Hardly anything in between these three. There is certainly something that's going to be picking up here in these closing stages for the third place battle. As we see Boshoff bringing along Naidu and Mabunda to close down on the first of the Mabunda boys there in third. Out of the triple left-hander. Taniso, he put a slightly better lap in this time. 47.1 from him. 47 4s, 5s and 3s from the 3 karts behind him. So he was the quicker kart on that last pass. So he's answered the call there. No worries at all for this man as he crosses through ahead of Taya van der Laan. Casey Ensel-Smith, fastest kart on track as well, with a 46.9. One of the best laps we've seen all day so far, coming out of our OKJ class here for Casey Ensel-Smith. Expect to see, of course, the times dropping as we get possibly a little bit of heat into the circuit. It's not heat from the sun, but it might just be from the friction of the tires on that race line as they come through now to complete this 12th lap of 15. I was expecting Boshoff to have a go here. He might be hanging back slightly and waiting for a little bit later on in the race, so that there might not be an ability or a chance to return the favor from Mabunda. But Intermission is definitely keeping them at bay for now. These 4 karts so evenly matched. Cross the line, 47 dead, 47-2, 47-3, 47-2. That's how they cross the line there for 3, 4, 5 and 6th place on track, and that's definitely heating up. The Mabunda sandwich is closing in, and they're squeezing the other 2 out here. Divya Naidu and Boshoff could be asked to push even harder than they are right now. It's a great run so far from these OKJ competitors. Keeping it clean and certainly exciting for the third place. 1 and 2 disappearing. No worries at all for those first 2 karts. (13 of 15 done. We're about to be done. Just Casey Ensel-Smith wants to make it 4 out of 4. Little look over the shoulder once again there from Taniso. He's a bit concerned with the 1.5 laps to go. Boshoff applying a lot more pressure now, realizing it's time to pounce. He's got to have a look here. He has to certainly have a big look here to get through if he wants that third place. And if he wants that third place, Boshoff is going to move himself up in his first outing. Fion Boshoff did not make it down to the Western Province Motor Club for round 1 of this championship. So he'll be opening up his account here today, Will Fion Boshoff. Final lap has started. So it's going to be Casey Ensel-Smith just to complete things here for Team Gazoo Racing. No worries at all there at all. Also for Taya van der Laan. Van der Laan definitely stole the limelight from Casey Ensel-Smith on the start, getting the whole shot into turn 1 and hanging on to the lead out of the Peterson chicane down towards turn 1. But Casey eventually just squeezed out and got ahead of her there into turn 1 and has not been bettered since. So the Gazoo Racing man going to do it all to perfection here And another victory easily done in race 1 here of round 2. Taya van der Laan will be taking the 32 points there that are up for grabs for second. She'll be happy with that, but watch for the battle just behind. Yo, it's close. Very, very close. Lovely stuff. Intanuso beats out Bjorn Boshoff, Divya Naidu, and Mallory Mabunda. Have a look at that though. 0.3 of a second between 3rd to 5th place. Brilliant stuff. Absolutely brilliant stuff. That's the kind of stuff we expect to see from OKJ. There's unofficial results. Ansel Smith from Taya van der Laan. Mabunda picks up the 30 points for, of course, 3rd place. Great run there from him. Bjorn Boshoff opens up his account. He'll be taking 29 points, of course, for his 4th place. Divya Naidu will then squeeze in 28 again. Another 5th place for him. And Mallory Mabunda in 6th picks up the 27 points there for his opening account of this championship as well. So a good effort there from them. Nzalalo Koza will finish up just behind that and take 7th place overall. We'll be back shortly, of course, with more action coming from the Kid Rocks. Back into the heat of the action. Well, not really much heat here, but action for sure, and action aplenty so far from today's round 2 of Rock Cup South Africa here at the VKC circuit, Vereeniging Kart Circuit, and the Vereeniging Kart Club hosting round 2 of Rock Cup South Africa, courtesy of Allegiance Properties, Fleet Dynamics Group, Grand Prix Store, Cell Switch, and Silvercrest Insurance. Great to have them on board for our live stream here from VKC. And if you've joined us on the live stream for the first time, a big welcome to you all. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. We have brought quite a bit of it to you. And it looks like a couple of guys are now starting to jump in on the comments there. Peter Heineman, thanks so much for the support, Pat. And of course, Arlene Brown has joined us as well, all the way from Cape Town. Looks like my queen jumped in too, and she's watching from just down the road here in Lower Alberton, LA. Great to have all the support on the sideline there from our friends and fans and family from all around the world. We've already seen some comments coming through from the UK in the south of Wales. And we've got lots of action to come your way now today. And watch out for this action now coming out of Kid Rock. So coming to this round of this championship after round 1 down in the Western Province at Killarney International Raceway at their kart track. Jack Moore is the man who leads out. He also went 3 for 3 in Killarney, and a tough man to beat. He'll be a tough man to beat today. He's already on pole position, and has had indication of how things are going to look for the day's racing, because he was out earlier on in the first race of the day for Mini Rock, so he's got an idea of what track conditions are like. Aaron Mason is right there, so is Maddox Mason. The two of them will be fighting hard for opportunities to maybe take it up and move on. Good luck to Ashay there. Enjoy the race. Coming from Miss Khan. Thank you so much for the support and for the good luck messages going through there. Looks like they're going to give them one more lap. They're not in formation. So I saw one of our officials on the sideline saying, no, have one more, guys. Let's get you guys into the right order. They've got to be in race formation, and then they've got to slot up into those tram lines for the race start before they get a green light and they go ahead to go racing. Just trying to get as much heat into the rubber. It looks like a little bit of issues there for the 40 cart. Down the back straight away, Riley Van Staden with some big smoke coming out of that cart. I wonder if he's got a bit of a problem there. Might just be an issue to watch out for on the start line there for Riley. So as I said, Jack Moore, Aaron Mason, Maddox Mason, Logan Bilal, and Declan Jurgens are our top 5 in this championship. They are all here today. A couple of karters starting their campaigns for the 2022 championship. Only here today, missing out on the first round down in Cape Town. A couple of the Cape Town drivers haven't made it up here to Gauteng either, so a couple of new karters could be spoiling and getting into the mix for the championship after these first 3 races of round 2. That's the way we want to do it. Telling everybody to slow down. The number 1 kart, Jack Moore. He knows exactly what he's got to do here to get them all right. Hasn't had a chance to put a design on that Arai helmet just yet, but he's about to get into the thick of it right now as they head towards the Peterson chicane for the first time. And the start is for Kid Rock. It's the 1 kart who leads things out, and he's done it to perfection. 29 on his tail is Maddox Mason. Aaron Mason already under pressure there from both Ashay Nagura and from Logan Bilal. Big pressure coming from Logan Bilal in the 68 kart. And a couple of guys looking over their shoulders, realizing that they're into it. And this is heat number 1. 27 is up there as well. Good start from Ashay Nagura, as I said. A fantastic start from him at this stage, looking for the 3rd or 4th place and possibilities of even closing things down here on 1 and 2. They come flying into the double right-hander for the first time in anger. The 1 kart is certainly looking like it's the kart to beat. It's 8 laps of racing coming away now for Kid Rock. Look at how they chop and change in the background as well. Rafael de Souza, Jurgens starting to come into the mix as well. Declan in the mix there with Brody Dowling and Franco Gibbard. Across the line, and that is lap number 1 of 8 done. Look at how they go through there. Brilliant stuff. It's Moore from Mason, Nagura, Bilal, Jurgens. Aaron Mason has lost out a lot of ground there on that first lap, dropping all the way down into what is 6th place ahead of Rafael de Souza and Brody Dowling. Dowling with a quick lap coming through there just ahead of Gibbard and Boshoff. So it's on big time. 63 squeezing through there. Jurgens Declan Declan just finding a way to find a possibility of a change up in position, and does so. So it's Declan Jurgens who's on the move here. Saw him looking left and right of his shoulders. They went down the straightaway towards turn 2. And the reason for that is he was watching for an attack possibly coming out of Aaron Mason. Rafael de Souza now trying to close things down as well, as they're into a big fight here in the second pack on track. 1 and 2 getting away ever so slightly, but no intentions being shown just yet by Maddox Mason. He's sitting comfortably behind Jack Moore. The two of them kind of went at it down in Cape Town for the first round. Maddox took a 2nd and a 4th place in his attempt to get to the front of the championship. Aaron Mason was actually a little bit more higher up, having taken 3 third places. But it looks like Maddox has got the VKC circuit sorted out now, and is looking for a way through here on Moore. Moore with the number 1 plate on is always a target if you've got that number 1 plate, particularly if you want to hang on to it. Great move for the lead, diving through onto the inside of the exit of the triple left-hander. And there you have a new leader for the first time at the front end. Maddox Mason hits the front, and no return of the favour just yet there from Jack Moore. Maybe Jack Moore just wants to sit behind him, see what he can do in terms of pace. Have a look in possibilities here of a return of the favour into the chicane. Two down. 6 to go. 3 down. 5 to go. A little bit of change up there. I thought it was a little bit of change up there on that lap timer. But in the background, also some battles. Great to see those battles raging as well. Franco Gibbard and Santiago Freid having a great little fight just in the background too. But the battle is certainly on here, and we're going to see a similar move here for the lead from the 1 cart. Have a look and see if Maddox... No, Maddox saw him coming. Brilliant stuff there from Mason. Realized that they was going to try a similar kind of maneuver that he was able to pull, and just was later on the brakes into the exit of the triple left. Through Tolkien Corner. Into the final turn now. This is fantastic. Look at this. This is what karting is all about. Lots of support on the sideline. And they are shouting loud there for Jurgens, Nagura, Pilau, Boshoff, Mason and Dowling. That's how tight it is for that second pack of carts. It's the battle for 4th place. And 4th place is certainly up for grabs here. Chase and Bright saying, go Jack. Nice one, Chase. Nice to have you here, buddy. Thanks for the support on the sideline. All the way from PE. We'll see you next weekend, brother. Baby Sparks there, doing a super job of showing some support here. But look at this battle. What a great little fight here. Nagura has got his hands full here, big time. And there are 6 carts lined up behind him, all looking to attack. First is the Tony cart there of Bilal. Boshoff behind that, then Mason. Aaron Mason is a bit further down than what he'd like to be, I'm sure. He's going to be losing some valuable championship points here, considering he sits in 2nd place overall in this championship coming into this round. Certainly hasn't gone according to plan there for him as they come into it now. So as we go in across the line again. 5 down and 3 to go. Top 2 fighting hard still all the way through. Feeling the bumps around the VKC circuit. Here's the move for the lead. Jack Moore late on the brakes into turn 2 and he's through. Moore goes into turn 2 and takes the lead again on the exit of it. He's got Maddox on his tail. Maddox wants to possibly look for again. Watch for the inside line coming out of the triple left-hander here from Mason. Maddox Mason. No, not this time. Moore saw him coming, shut the door. Compromise his drive slightly. Defensive lines will definitely compromise your drive. You won't be able to take the fast race lines that you'd like to be taking because you're having to defend off a very, very hectic attack coming from the 2nd place Carter. 3rd place, Declan Jurgens, starting to close down on those top 2 because of how hard they're fighting. And with only 2 more laps to go, good possibilities that he could close that gap down and have a go here into the closing stages. Of course he is. Now, Paulie on my ear, they're just whispering in that Chase, of course. And apologies, Chase, I forgot about that. You're now in Germany. You're not in Quebec anymore, working for Hyundai Motorsport. So thanks for joining us all the way from Deutschland. Chase and Bright working there for Hyundai Motorsport. I forgot that he'd moved across there, Paulie. Thanks for that. But usually would be down in Quebec, the friendly city. We'll be next weekend, of course, for Extreme Festival. So if you're a motorsport fan and you're in PE, don't forget Aldo Scramanti next weekend. We've got Extreme Festival action headed your way to the Aldo Scramanti racetrack. And myself and Paul will be down there with Dave Peterson and the whole 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds team to bring you the live stream there from Extreme Festival's round 3. Blue flags waving for back marker to warn that the quicker karts are coming. Back marker could be Riley van Staden and Franco Gibbard. They're onto their final lap right now. And the fight is on. Oh, and it's on in amongst the back markers. Moore trying to use that back marker. I did say there might be a problem there with Riley van Staden. The 40 kart's still smoking. But have a look at Declan Jurgens starting to close down. Is there enough time? Oh, running wide. Moore runs very wide. Cuts back and nearly tags the 29 kart there of Maddox Mason. Mason very lucky to avoid the little touch there. I think they might have actually just clipped tyres there coming out of the exit point of turn 2. That's given a little bit of an advantage here to Jack Moore. He ran exceptionally wide out of turn 2. He looks over his shoulder just one more time to make sure, but it gave an opportunity for Declan Jurgens to possibly spoil the day for either one of them. They're going to stay as they are as they come across the line, but I think with one more lap to go, there could possibly be even more problems here for these three. It's Moore who takes the win from Mason Maddox. Maddox Mason in second place, and how's that for a finish for the 4th place? Nagura, Bosov, Bilau, Dowling, Mason, and Konofsky, beg your pardon, coming through there, split by 0.2 of a second. 7 karts behind there for 4th place and 0.2 of a second in it. That's absolutely brilliant stuff. So from a very hotly contested Kid Rock class, there are your unofficial results. Moore from Mason, Jurgens in 3rd, and it's Nagura finishing up in 5th place ahead of Bosov, Bilau, Dowling, Mason, Konofsky. So from Nagura to Konofsky was only 0.2 of a second. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from them. Then it was Santiago, De Souza, then it was Gibbard, and finally Oliver Neal and Riley van Staden bringing up the top 14. Unfortunately, Riley van Staden being lapped there due to the fact that he had a bit of a smoking gun underneath him. So I think they might have to get into the bonnet of that kart and sort it out for race number 2. We'll be back shortly with KZ2. Well, Peter Haderman, I definitely have to agree with you. Great racing throughout the field and great racing throughout all of the classes so far. Arguably one of the most competitive classes is on track at the moment, and that is KZ2, headed up by Jason Kutsia. And he'll be, or Jason Kutsa, I should say. Josh Kutsa, let me get this right. Josh Kutsa is where we want to be. Jason Kutsia is there on the front row, so it's the two JCs out front. You've got to be mixing that up properly today as our Brody babies make their way off the circuit. A couple of guys going to need a little bit of assistance to get them going, but once they get going, these KZ2 karts are going to be the quickest karts out on the track this weekend, that is for sure. So we got Kutsa ahead of Kutsia, Bishop ahead of Thompson, Bjorn Roos, local man, and of course part and parcel of the VKC circuit since he was born, basically, ahead of Joseph Ollerine. And I can tell you Michael Pringle and Carla Olivier will be pushing hard to come through ahead of Bryn High and Nathan Smith. Valdo Seeger, and at the back of the field it will be Martin Veed. Martin Veed coming from last weekend's hill climb in Neisner in an M240i, now into a KZ2 kart. So he's had a busy couple of weekends racing here, and now expecting to see a big fight out amongst our competitors in KZ2. It's a very, very cool little class to be fighting in. Coming into it, Jason Kutsia, of course, is our championship leader, having taken 2 wins and a second place down in Cape Town at round 1 of the championship. It was a win and 2 third places for Josh Kutsa, who is in second place. Tate Bishop was sharing the honours of the top 3 with those 2 competitors. He is currently in third place in the championship, but needless to say, the top 3 in the championship are only split by 8 points. Delon Thompson will be looking to maybe open up his account. He wasn't at the first round of the championship, so he's certainly a man who knows his way around this circuit. And in the past, he's had some phenomenal outings here. 26 kart and the green helmet, or the green fronted helmet of Thompson. Bjorn Roos also looking to move up through the championship ranks a little bit. He's currently down in 5th place ahead of Martin Veed. Veed, of course, will also be looking to just extend and get some more valuable championship points in the bag. They now come to the line. Remember, with the shifter karts, they can have a standing start, which is great to see. So standing start here with the front row lit up by the 2 JCs. Kutsa and Kutsia, Bishop and Thompson, Roos and Ellerine. Teammates and former teammates there, Pringle and Olivier. Then you got High and Smith, Seeger and Veed, and Smith at the back, coming to take up the final position on the grid. Got a bit of assistance there just coming through. 76 is Nathan Smith. We got a green flag. Oh, and where is 77 going? All right, they're going to give him another lap. Didn't quite work out there for Jason Kutsia. He got off the line and decided it's time to go. Green flag was at the back. Maybe the lights went out, I'm not sure. I don't know, we'll wait and see what went wrong there, but they're going to give them one more lap to sort them out and restart this one. It should be, it might be a little bit of a chat there between some of the competitors after that. Not quite sure why the 7-7 went off the line. It was a green flag at the back for them to go, but I'm not quite sure if there was a green flag at the front to say go. As I said, championship here in this one, and of course the fights in this little KZ2 category are going to be pretty spectacular today. There's no holds barred in this one. Multiple SA champions. Regional championships up for grabs as well here. And the amount of regional championships that are in this field are pretty high. A couple of national championships in this field as well. And they're all hunting down for this one. 2022's KZ2 Rock Cup South Africa Championship. Round 2 here in VKC. That is 61. That is Bjorn Roos. Right, the sun's starting to come out as well. Wow, where did that come from? It's battling here. It's battling to get through all the clouds. We have a green flag this time. Standing by for the start. Who's going to get the whole shot into turn 1? Lights on, lights off. Here we go, racing. Great start. Oh, terrible start coming out of the 77. Fantastic start out of 61 there. Kutsa leads out as they go into turn 1, and he's under pressure almost instantaneously from Bishop. Bishop dives up his inside, and Tate Bishop takes the lead into turn 1. Out of turn 2 now, he's going to try and hang on to it, but he's got Kutsa all over the back of him, and Delon Thompson fighting hard there with 3rd place. Looks like Joseph Ellerine diving through for 4th place as well. Good start there from Joe. Oh, and already some pressure as well. There you go, Delon Thompson squeezing through and up into 3rd, up into 2nd now. Thompson into 2nd place. Right behind him, you can see Ellerine has got through, and Joseph Ellerine now all over the back of Delon Thompson. The biggest loser on that start was the man who jumped the start on the word go, and that was Jason Kutsia. He did not get it right there off the line. Good start out of Roos as well. Bjorn Roos comes through there to complete the first one, and he's down in 5th place. Just behind him is Michael Pringle. Jason Kutsia down in 9th place after that horrendous start. Front row down to 9th in the first lap. That's definitely not what Kutsia wanted. I wonder if he was in the wrong gear. Maybe he started in 2nd, not in 1st, and just couldn't get off the line in time. But this pack now head through the triple left-hander. 12-lap race and 12 laps of action coming away here from KZ2. Great start from Delon Thompson, though. He leads things out at this stage in terms of the battle for the 2nd place on track. He's watching Tate Bishop get away ever so slightly. Cannot afford to do that. But he has got huge intentions from Kutsa, Ellerine, and Roos on his tail. And look at how they're chopping and changing here. Background action there. Big time coming through there as Roos is under big pressure. Pringle is through. Bjorn Roos loses out there to Michael Pringle. Tate has a look over his shoulder into turn 1. So Bishop from Thompson. Kutsa in 3rd place of putting the pressure onto the back end of Delon Thompson. Delon looking to open up his campaign here for 2022's championship for the first round. He missed the first round in Cape Town, but he's definitely in with a shot here for V-Town. And into 2nd place is not a bad start to this campaign. He's got the championship leader on his tail. Tate Bishop getting away. 94 from Tate Vieira saying go, go, go. How can Tate say go? Tate. It's good to see. We like it. Keep it up. Keep the comments flying. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. And remember, please pass on this to all your friends, fans, and families around the world. We want to give our sponsors a good run for their money here. The Silvercrest joining us, Allegiance Properties as well, the Fleet Dynamic Group, Sales Switch, and Grand Prix Store, all helping us out with this live stream feed here today. Roos is on the move, so is Delon Thompson, and a big change up there as we see Josh Kutsa. Oh, issues on the sideline. Looks like that might have been, is that the 61 kart? I wonder if that was, no, it wasn't the 61 kart. I think it may have been Martin Veed. It's Martin Veed. Martin Veed who spun out on the sideline there in the 63 kart. So Veed having a bit of a baptism of fire. First time here in V-Town today for Martin Veed. Squeezing into Peterson chicane and down towards turn 1. First 3 evenly matched. 4th place. Oh, it's up for grabs. Roos diving through, and he's got through. Roos gets through on Ellerine. Ellerine trying to come back at him. Oh, Joe's all over the back end here. Bjorn Roos under massive attack from Joseph Ellerine, and Ellerine is looking pretty dangerous at this stage. Ellerine running in the Lando Norris chassis. Bjorn Roos, of course, in the Paralyn machine. A battle of the chassis out there. Fantastic little fight here. And certainly a great battle for what is 4th place on track. 1, 2, and 3 going through, and then it's 4th place we're going to pick up on. Watch out for Carlo Olivier as well. He's coming to the fight too. Olivier not too far off the back end of that little fight for what is 4th place. Top 3 getting away. Roos hanging on to 4th. He's opened up a bit of a margin there over Joseph Ellerine. And Carlo Olivier is thinking, hang on a second, I can catch Joe here. Good possibilities now as we're getting to lap 6 completed, halfway stage. That's exactly what Carlo Olivier is thinking. Bryn High, Jason Kutsia is up to 8th now after a very, very bad start. We'll watch out for him in the second heat. I'm sure he'll try and get that right after a little bit of a mistake there on the line. Yeah, that's Martin Veed on the sideline. You can see him just sitting on the side there, unfortunately. Hasn't gone according to plan there for race 1. And Veed was 6th in the championship after Cape Town. Also spends a bit of time on 2 wheels. He spent, as I said, a bit of time up the hill at Neisner a couple of weekends ago in a M240i. So first three now just open up an even gap between themselves. 0.7 and 0.9 between first and second and third, respectively. Fastest man on track at this stage is that number 61 of Josh Kutzer. Kutzer at this stage is leading things out in terms of his team in the parallel squad, but hasn't been able to quite bridge the gap there to the front end of Tate Bishop in the Cosmic. That Cosmic chassis and the man from Cape Town looking to maybe just flip it out there amongst the lead of this championship. Kutzer's closing. Kutzer is closed down rapidly on that last pass. 45.8 from Kutzer as opposed to the 46.2, and he's hit the front. There you go. Easily done as he came out of turn 2 and he made it stick into turn 2 and now tries to open up a bit of a gap on Tate. Tate hitting the bumps as they come out of the double right. A lot of bumps on this track at this stage and the guys are starting to feel it. They won't be feeling it too much right now, but by the end of heat number 3 later on in this afternoon, they are definitely going to start to feel the effects of a full day's racing here in VKC. 8 down, 4 to go. Kutzer from Bishop. Delon Thompson just not able to bridge that gap. He's on his own, that's why. And Bjorn Roos is starting to close in on him. Look at that, there's Roos behind him. Ellerine, 74 is Olivier. Carlo Olivier hanging on for top 6 honours. Bryn High still ahead of Jason Kutsia behind them. Into the exit point of the triple left. Into the double right now. No worries at all here for the top 2 as they get away from Delon Thompson. Tate Bishop maybe just taking a bit of a breather. He's happy with the pace that Josh Kutzer can run. No problems there. Who was that putting to the side? Was that Jason Kutsia? I think that might have been Jason Kutsia. Yeah, Jason Kutsia's got a problem. He's pulled to the sideline there just on the exit point of the pit lane. So a bit of an issue there for the 7-7 and he's now out of it as well. So that's Veed getting his kart off track. Top 2 into the triple left. Past the race control tower. And hanging on for now is Kutzer. But once again, he was bettered on the last pass by the man in second. 46.114. And 46.835. 45.835. This is how tight it is between these two. I think Kutzer might have enough here to just keep Tate Bishop at bay. 10 down, 2 to go. Bishop from Delon Thompson, Bjorn Roos, Joseph Ellerine. Oh, and there's a spinner coming out there as well by the looks of things. Or is that Kutsia trying to get back up and going again? I think it might have been Jason Kutsia trying to get his kart back up and tracking, but it hasn't quite worked out. Issues there for him. And it hasn't gone according to plan here for race 1 for Jason Kutsia. He was on the front row, remember. And now out of this race completely. Coming up on some back markers, that will be Valdo Seeger and Nathan Smith about to be caught and passed by the leaders. Blue flags are going to start to be waved. They're going to realize that the quicker karts are coming. There's 1 through, there's 2 through. So it wasn't really a factor there for Josh. It has given Tate a little bit more of a difficult time, but he's eventually through into the Peterson chicane. Onto the final lap. So Kutzer now trying to hang on. Bishop in second, Thompson in third. Roos about to catch the back end of the back markers. So both Valdo Seeger and Nathan Smith about to be caught by the 16 kart of Bjorn Roos. This is the final lap and there's 3 corners to go. The double right here. Tolkien corner and the last one. He certainly is, Brendan Kelly. Thanks for those comments, buddy, and thanks for the support there. He's looking very, very solid and going to be a tough man to beat today. He was on pole position. He lost out ever so slightly, came back to the front end and has taken the first victory of the day here in the KZ2 category. Nice fight for 4th place coming to the line as well. Roos hangs on. No, he doesn't. Bjorn Roos with a problem right in the closing stages. Bjorn Roos made a mistake somewhere on track. And it's allowed Ellerine and Carlo Olivier to come through for the top 5. See Jason Kutsia just on the right-hand side of that shot with the marshal there. He had some problems in the closing stages as well. But there you go, unofficial results of KZ2. Kutzer from Bishop, Thompson and Ellerine. Carlo Olivier in 5th ahead of Bjorn Roos, Bryn High, Michael Pringle and Dylan Smith just ahead of Valdo Seeger and Nathan Smith. Jason Kutsia with the DNF, and Martin Veed also with some problems of his own with the DNF as well. As you wrap up KZ2, we'll be back shortly with some lunchtime entertainment coming away shortly. Well, as you can see, if you've just joined us here on the live stream, unfortunately the rain has started to come down here pretty hectically in V-Town. We're in Vereeniging Kart Circuit in the Vereeniging Kart Club here just outside of Johannesburg, Gauteng, South Africa. If you are joining us from all around the world, massive welcome to you. But it is a cool and now wet Vereeniging Kart Circuit that we are going to be playing on. And up next we're supposed to have our South African Autism demo, showing that Motorsport South Africa and the South African Autism Society are getting together to include drivers to ensure that people that and youngsters that are suffering from autism still have an opportunity to race cars if they want to. We've got a couple of those youngsters that are here with us today, and we'll go into their details once they're on track. But with this rain coming down, it might have just put a small halt on proceedings, so we'll let you know. And it looks like, yeah, demonstration has been cancelled due to the fact of the weather. Aldrich is coming over my shoulder just to say, yeah, it has been canned. Ladies race still going to go, also been canned as well. Right, so we'll probably do that a little bit later on if we get an opportunity and a break in the proceedings, and we'll let you all know about that. But that means that in a few minutes' time, once we've got everything sorted out, we should be going back into heat number 2 for Mini Rock. So we are going to just be having a small break in proceedings, but in that break we're going to get a chance to chat to some of the sponsors and some of the drivers involved here today. So when we come back onto screen, we're going to get one of our cameramen to come and join us here in the studio, and our guests, of course, that are going to come and join us for the interviews up here in the VKC's clubhouse. Back shortly. Hey. Cool. So it's round 2 of Rock Cup South Africa here at VKC, and it's great to get hold of some of these youngsters who are not normally around when you want to go and find them for an interview. A little bit of break in proceedings and a little bit of rain on the circuit as well has allowed us to grab a couple of the contenders and a couple of the top competitors here today, starting with Mr. Mason alongside me here. Come on in close, don't be scared, hey? So I believe that you've got a favorite car out there. What's your favorite car?
A Formula 1 car?
A Formula 1 car. Is that where you want to be going with your career in motorsport, possibly?
Yes.
Which team do you want to drive for?
Red Bull.
Red Bull. Yes, you say no more, hey? Red Bull Racing, it's the way to go. Why do you want to go Red Bull, though?
Because my favorite driver is Max.
Oh, you like Max, eh? Have you met Max?
No.
Why not? He knows all about you. Do you know that, eh?
No, he doesn't.
No, I promise you he does. He phoned me earlier this morning. He said, can you believe how good that guy's going? Maddox is having such a good day. He was watching on the live stream. Didn't you see him?
No.
Okay, well, you better have a look later on, okay? And then tell all your friends about us, okay? What's your plans for today after the first heat and now with the rain?
Stay clean and put my head down and go.
I like putting your head down and go. Thanks for joining us, buddy. You go and jump in there. Who's next? Coming to join me here? Josh, go. Come, Josh. Quickly, quickly. Josh is coming in. There you go. Josh, you got to go soon, so you got to get in here early. So, Josh, where are you going, first of all, that you got to go so quickly?
Probably on track soon.
And with the changeable weather conditions, what's the plans now? Are you going to change anything on the kart or possibly look to find that little tweak that's going to make you a bit quicker in the wet?
Or maybe tyres, because if you don't change your tyres, you're going to slip and slide.
Have you spoken to Brad Binder about that?
No.
Because Brad Binder went out with slick tyres and still won, eh? You remember that? So what are you thinking of doing? What's your plan? Or don't you want to tell because all your competitors are here?
Well, we'll see what the conditions are like in a couple of minutes.
And so far, so good.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the rest of the day?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for joining us. Who's next? Come, Matteo. Don't be scared. Matteo's next. Matteo's in. Oh, they're fighting for who wants to be chatted. There's Matteo. He's in here. Oh, my goodness, Matteo Mason. So, listen, we've spoken to the other Mason boy here, and I can tell you something. There's a bit of an in-house fight here, I believe, hey? What's the conversation like when you go home in the car and somebody's beaten the other one?
We fight a little bit, but then we just get over it and play on our iPads.
That's kind of what you guys do, hey? You get on track, and then when you finish, you go and watch. Do you watch the live stream on your iPad?
No.
What?
We just watch from the grandstands.
You're watching from the grandstands. Well, you know how that works, eh? If you've got an iPad here, you can link onto the live stream and watch us and watch everybody else racing too. And you can go back and watch your race too.
Yes, but I don't have a SIM card, so I don't have internet.
What? Someone's got a dongle. Go get that guy with the dongle and make sure you can watch, okay?
Okay?
What's your plans for today now?
Just to put my head down and go and just win.
You're going to win. Okay, there you have it, eh? That's the prediction for the next race. There's a win coming here from Matteo. Thanks, Matteo. Thank you, Briga. Who's next? Come on in. Oh, here comes Logan. Here comes a very fast man. Squadra Course Lamborghini on top there. Is Lamborghini one of your favorite cars?
Yes.
And which one would you like to buy if you could buy one?
Lamborghini.
Okay, so that's just Lamborghini. Doesn't matter which one it is, just a Lamborghini. You did see there's a Lamborghini Urus downstairs, eh? Did you see it?
No.
You haven't seen it? It's probably still cooling down because it came here at about 300 k's an hour when it passed me on the highway this morning. You better find out who the driver is, okay? See if they can get you in there. Umolemo's dad, that's what it is, yeah. Okay. So listen, more importantly though, what are the plans for today's action in the karting?
To win.
To win. Most important thing, eh? And if you can't win, what's the next most important thing?
You tried.
Exactly. And you had fun, hey? Good job. Good luck for today. We'll see you later on, okay? Thanks for joining us. Who's next? Katie's in here. Katie, you're not scared, hey? Listen, do you sell houses, by the way, hey?
No.
No, you must. No, you must do, because you've got Allegiance Properties on your banner. You must be selling houses. How many houses have you sold this year?
0.
What? So how can you sponsor an event like this if you haven't sold any houses? You better get to work, bud. Hey? Come on now. Can you get out there and sell some houses? I've got a couple of houses here in V-Town that are up for sale. We definitely need your help, hey? But thanks to your dad and for all the sponsors today for helping us out. Now, it didn't quite go according to plan in race 1. What are you going to do for race 2?
I'm just going to put my head down and go and say good luck to my competitors in the beginning of the race.
Okay, so in the beginning of the race, I'm expecting to see Konofsky at the front, eh?
Yes.
Is that what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, then that's what. Stand by for that one. There's another prediction there, hey? Katie, high five. Take care. We'll see you later on. Okay. Who's next? Brody's in. Come on in, Brody. Listen, brides. I didn't think they could make a suit that big from Alpine Stars, but it certainly looks good on you. What's your plans for today now that the rain has come?
Put my head down and go.
There's a lot of head down and going here. Hey, I got to just let you guys know. There's a lot of put my head down and go. You'll see a lot of this as well. Think, come with me. Let's go. Think and come with me. Hey, is that the gesticulation that you make when you get past your friend? So what does that mean? What does it mean? What do you do when you're doing this on the side of the cart? What are you thinking in your head?
Keep going, don't give up.
Alrighty. Okay. So keep going, don't give up. Good advice there for a carter. Thanks, broads. Catch you later. Jack's in. Come, Jack. Listen, Jack, you've had a fantastic day so far. Have you got an OKJ and a KZ2 that you want to drive as well? Because you're driving everything else.
No.
Not yet. Hey? Yeah. But certainly looking to get there in the future, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so now that number 1 plate on the front is always a difficult one to have. How do you keep out your competitors when you're the champion?
Just on the last lap's block, and then hopefully you win.
Okay, well that's what's happened so far, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, so now with race 2 and 3 still to come, a little bit of wetness out there. What are you going to do?
I'm gonna try get in front and try get away, but that's really gonna work. So.
Have you got wet weather tyres here?
Yes.
Well, then you're okay then.
I guess so.
Cool. Thanks, Jack. Thanks very much, buddy. Angelo's in? No. Angelo's a bit worried about it. I don't know why Angelo's worried, because Angelo was the first guy up here. He was the first guy to say, listen, I want to be interviewed, okay? Please, Greg, come and talk to me. And now he's like, no, I don't want to talk to Greg. I don't want to talk to Greg. Why not?
Because I'm shy.
But you're not shy. Look, you're doing fine. Hey?
I don't know.
You know, Lando Norris was quite shy.
Oh, okay.
Did you know that? Hey? First interview he did, he couldn't even answer the question. So don't feel bad. Listen, you've seen what everybody else is talking about. There's a lot of keep your head down and go, get in front, block. What's your plan?
Pedal to the middle.
Pedal to the metal. That's my kind of driving, eh? Except if you go through turn 2 in the wall. What happens then?
I don't know.
You don't know, yo. Please don't find out, okay? Yo, please don't find out. But listen, it's been a good day so far, eh?
Yeah, it's been great.
So, heading into the next round, we're going to Doobie. I mean, no one's spoken about Doobie yet. What's your favorite track on this championship?
I think Swartkorps.
Swartkorps?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome stuff. I hope you're going to say VKC, but Patsy won't be happy about that. But it's okay. We'll get you later. Thank you very much. Good luck for today. Oh, here comes trouble. Okay, young man. Now, you've heard all the plans.
Yes.
You've heard what everybody else is going to be doing. What are you going to do that's going to stop them from doing that?
Just beat them and try and get the plans combined together to make it all one big plan.
And the big plan is to?
Win.
Alrighty, I like that, hey? And winning, is that important in all aspects of life? How's the schooling going as well as the racing? Are you getting both done? Or is there just a more important factor that racing comes first? Because, you know, racing is important, but education is important too.
Yes.
Good luck for today. Thanks for joining us. Who's up? Is that everybody? All right. No, we still got one more. Come on in. Don't be scared. Listen, angry racing man here. Listen, you got a lot of work to be doing out there, hey? Take us through the first one. Take us through your first race. What happened there?
I got a good start, and then I just helped Jack to get to DS, and then we couldn't get by him, so then that's how I finished.
So you got a bit of work to do to get back to the front, because you came into the championship in the lead, am I not wrong?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so there's some work to be done, Tay. Okay, so what are you going to do now with the wet weather?
I'm just going to try and stay on the track and follow whoever's fast.
You know, whatever you do, don't go off track. Have you seen the water lying on the side in the grass?
Yeah.
Good luck for today. All the best. Take it easy. Is that everybody? We're done. All right, guys, we'll be back shortly with a little bit of interview now from our autistic team. They're standing by outside. Back shortly. Thanks, guys. That was awesome. Thank you. That was proper cool, guys. Awesome, man. Yeah. Exciting times in South African motorsport, especially when we look at the way we're getting inclusion in the sport. And today, unfortunately, with the rain, our autism display and demo was cancelled. But it doesn't mean we can't have a chat to some of the guys and the kids that are involved here. And of course, Priscilla from Special Olympics has joined us too. It's all part and parcel of how Motorsport South Africa, the FIA, and Special Olympics are working together to get kids like this man on my right knee, on my right side, and on my left side, Junior, all involved in sport that they have got to grips with slightly. And of course, it's helped them out with their disabilities as well. So let's start with you first of all, from the Special Olympics. It's fantastic to see the collaboration here between Special Olympics and the FIA and Motorsport South Africa, and in getting these kids an opportunity to get behind a race car.
I think it's absolutely incredible. As Special Olympics, we are so excited to be here today and to see the beginning of a collaboration. We're all about inclusive sport. We're all about inclusion for people with intellectual disabilities. So absolutely thrilled that we've been welcomed into this arena.
Got to see it about 2 seasons ago. One of the kids coming over from the UK and MSA giving him a license to race in the South African Endurance Series. And this young man, of course, is looking forward to getting into a race car. Unfortunately, couldn't get in today because of the rain. But it is definitely something that is becoming a big, big factor in motorsport all around the world.
No, I mean, I think it is important. Inclusion on every level is important. And for us, very, very exciting that here in South Africa, we're starting to see this happen. And as I said, we are very excited to be a part of this. We are a global organization. We operate in 170 countries globally. So hopefully this will spread. And we'd love to see this happening in every one of our countries.
And of course, if this is the case, there's a good possibility that if the sport does show, from an FIA point of view, the chances for these kids to get involved in championship events and world championship events like the Special Olympics does with all the other sports. I mean, I know being involved there 17 years ago from JCE, we had rugby, we had soccer, we had swimming, we had athletics, wheelchair rugby as well. So it's all good. Chicken nuggets. I like chicken nuggets. Do you like chicken nuggets? Is that your favorite food, by the way? Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets, that's what we want. Hopefully the chicken nuggets are downstairs for lunch. That's what we want.
Yeah,
but
please.
sort of from our side, I have a special affiliation with kids like this. I've done a lot of work with them in the past, and it is so good to see this partnership kicking off here today.
As I said, very excited, and we are so happy to see any sport being inclusive. We do something called Unified Sport, so this will fall under our Unified Sports banner, and Unified Sport is about bringing people with and without disabilities together on the same playing field.
So, gentlemen, either side of me, I'm going to start you with my good friend who's got a Valentino Rossi helmet in there. Is that your favorite MotoGP rider, by the way? You can just see from the smile that is exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, exactly. We've got chicken nuggets here on my knee, and he's loving life. Who's your favorite person here today? Say, Auntie Jackie. Auntie Jackie.
Chicken nuggets.
Chicken nuggets and Auntie Jackie. There you go. Junior, how's things going at school, bud? Because you won't believe I actually taught at your school about 15 years ago. Your school that you used to go to.
School is good. Everything is good. Yeah.
And the kart, how's the kart today?
It's good.
Pity about the rain.
Pardon?
Pity about the rain?
Like
The rain has stopped you from racing, unfortunately, today, hey?
yeah.
But we'll get another chance to get you into a kart and hopefully get you around the track at some stage.
All right, sure.
I like to hear that, buddy. I like to hear that. So now, you guys ready to go here, hey? Unfortunately, we couldn't get you on track. But I do know, no, you can stick around. Is Vic still here? I wanted to see if Vic is still here. Is he just outside? Okay. We're going to get him in here. Sula, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And gentlemen, all the very best, and keep up the good work. And that's what we're doing here with the FIA, with Motorsport South Africa, and of course with Special Olympics, and all of these youngsters who have disabilities due to autism or all the. There's Vic. Come on in, buddy. There you go. Oh, yeah, please do. That's awesome. There you go. A special little medal there, giving to all of our drivers. Come on in here. You're going to get a medal. Come on. You want to get do I get a medal? Am I allowed to get a medal? No, I'm not allowed to get a medal. There's your medal. Have a look. There you go. Uncle Vic's going to give that to you. That's so cool, man. Well done. And then one there for the big guy. That's awesome. Vic, jump on in here quickly, buddy. If you don't mind. It's a quick one. Oh, no, he's quite happy here. Hey? That's all good. I'm happy with that. Oh, there you go. This is fantastic. You know, from my past experiences with these kids and with kids like this, you know, for 24 hours that I've done, and working with the Special Olympics when I was still training as a teacher, a long time ago, yeah. But the work that they got, the work that Special Olympics do, and the work that MSA is now going to be doing with this collab is just phenomenal. And I take my hat off to you and to MSA, working with the FIA to do exactly what's happening around the world.
Yeah, well, we're trying to do accessibility to the sport. You know, we want to try and make it for as many members of the public as possible. And the reality is, the enthusiasm shown is brilliant. We're very happy with Special Olympics. We're going to try and see what is possible. We know that the FIA has the inclusivity programs as well. So yeah, we'll try and work with everyone and see what we can achieve. But I think that the sky's the limit.
It certainly is. This is exciting times for South African motorsport. There's no doubt about it. And you saw it here for the very first time at Rock Cup Round 2 in Vereeniging. And we look forward to bringing you more of this action and more news about this in the very near future. here is that you can tell me all about your condition and how difficult it is for you to drive a kart compared to everybody else.
Yeah. So I have no feeling in my feet or sensation. So I go according to hearing. So I can hear if the throttle is flat or not, but then I don't know sometimes if I drive on the brake or not.
Wow. So that makes it exceptionally more difficult for you to drive a kart than anybody else out there, eh?
Yeah.
But you're still out there and you're still giving it everything you can.
Yeah, it's freedom.
I like to hear that. That's a nice way of putting it. Silla from Special Olympics here again. This is just a phenomenal, example of what can happen.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think that's one of the most amazing things when you create inclusive environments. It becomes about ability and not disability. And I mean, I think Taylor is all the proof we need of the ability and not the disability. So well done, and I take my hat off to you. I can't wait. I hope you're racing again because I need to watch.
Are you going to be out there again?
Well, we might do the fun race if the rain stopped, and then I'll be the pace car for the Bambinos.
No, that pace car job is an important one, hey? And what happens if those guys overtake you? You got to watch out for Noah, hey? Noah's dangerous.
No, they have to stay behind.
He tried to overtake you to the chicane. Did you not see?
No.
Exactly. Hey, how crazy is that? But listen, you're doing a fantastic job out there. Mr. H, from your side, it's just phenomenal what you're doing with the kids and, of course, the entire program that you've got together. Things looking good?
Yeah, very good. Excellent. So we're doing a lot with FI Disability internationally. Taylor's becoming one of the ambassadors there as well, so we're pushing hard.
That's fantastic, man. Well, keep up the good work. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
And when you see this on the live stream later, make sure you pass it on to all your friends, eh? And tell them that the fat guy next to you is quite a nice guy, okay? Not your dad.
Okay.
Cool bananas. There you go. More inclusivity and, of course, more things happening here with FIA, Motorsport South Africa and Special Olympics. What a way to go. This is the way we want to be seeing things happening in the future of motorsport here in South Africa. So this is really awesome to see. We didn't think we were going to get a chance to get these youngsters onto the track, but they have had a chance now to get onto the circuit. It looks like Taylor's going to lead them out. Junior right there and Kaji behind. And nice to see that they are going to be on track now. I'm getting Jackie phoning me at the same time. Hi, Jax. Yeah, we're live at the moment. They're going slowly. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We're just enjoying the fact that they're on track. So that's really cool. I'll do that. I love it. No problem at all. All right, there you go. Jackie Schreiber giving me a little bit of a heads up there that it's not actually a race, it's just a demonstration. But it's great to get a chance to get Junior on track and Taylor as well. We've just spoken to the two of them, and great to see the initiative that's been put in here from Motorsport South Africa and taking the FIA's lead for inclusivity in our sport that we love so much. So Taylor Hill out there for Ralph Schumacher Racing. She leads out Junior Kinua. He was born on the 28th of February. 16-year-old, living in Johannesburg. He has autism spectrum disorder, which is ASD, and obsessive compulsive disorder as well. So that's why he was so keen to get onto track and get a chance to get behind one of these magnificent karts that Vereeniging Kart Circuit have supplied for us today. And a massive thanks to Patsy and her team for giving Junior a kart. You heard from Taylor that she basically uses the sound of the kart to get the feel on the accelerator and the brake. And we saw her earlier on as well as our lead kart for the Bambino category. And then, of course, just behind them, it's fantastic to have Yusha Schuster there as well. Also, 12-year-old youngster from Johannesburg, from Casa de Sol in Linden. So there's a little shout-out for Casa de Sol. Good friends of Casa de Sol, of course, in my career as a teacher at De La Salle Holy Cross Convent. And they're only just down the road from that school. So we always used to share the swimming facilities at the Linden pool with Casa de Sol. So great to see one of their youngsters getting in there. Great to see that they get an opportunity to get onto track as well. And this is the first time that we're seeing the initiative put together by FIA, Motorsport South Africa, as well as the Special Olympics. And Scylla there with the flag, waving the checkered flag there for our youngsters to get at least one lap in and experience what it's like to be part and parcel of this. We are going to be doing more with this category, and of course with the involvement with FIA and Motorsport South Africa to get these youngsters around a track. And certainly looking forward to an opportunity for them to get more inclusive and possibly do what they're doing internationally as well on an inclusivity basis with sport and kids with special needs. So once again, a massive thanks there to Motorsport South Africa, to the Special Olympics, and of course to the FIA for giving these youngsters a chance to be part of today's racing. If you have just joined our stream, this is our autism demonstration that's happening out on track right now. 4 youngsters actually all involved with the inclusivity package that the FIA and Motorsport South Africa are putting together. in partnership with the Special Olympics of South Africa. Fantastic to see youngsters with autism getting a chance to get around the kart track for the first time and experience what it's like to be behind the wheel of a racing kart as opposed to just watching it from the sidelines. And it definitely bodes well for what this partnership can do into the future, as it's done internationally with the FIA and Special Olympics, and getting kids like this a chance to go out and live their dreams and fulfill all of the stuff that they want to do as athletes in the sport that they and we all love as much as anything else out there. Checkered flag will come out there from Silla from the Special Olympics, and then we'll get back into full days racing with the kickoff of the Heat 2s and starting with Mini Rock in a few minutes' time. So a big welcome back here to Vereeniging Kart Circuit. It's round 2 of Rock Cup South Africa. And we are here courtesy on our live stream of Allegiance Properties, Fleet Dynamics Group, Grand Prix Store, Cell Switch, and Silvercrest Insurance here on Up to 60 Seconds and 2 Wheels. Yours truly, the voice of choice, Greg Maloney, bringing you the action now from all of the Heat 2s. Kicking things off now with the Mini Rock, Heat number 2. There'll be 2 warm-up laps for these karts. Get a little bit of heat into the rubber due to the fact that we had a little bit of rain at lunchtime. I hope you enjoyed all the interviews that we picked up in the lunchtime break as well. Just chatting to a couple of these youngsters, including Jack Moore out front there, and seeing what their plans are now that the rain has come down. But the rain has stopped, fortunately, and it will give these guys an opportunity to at least get the second heat done. But with number 4 sliding off there, Josh Moore has not started his race the way he wanted. And as I said in the interviews with these youngsters, if you get off track at all, oh, another one off as well, 31 going off there too. Is that our leader? I think that might be. It is. It's Jack Moore and Josh Moore who have both spun out down at turn number 2. So if they can get back on track, they might still be able to resume their positions on the grid. And remember, Jack Moore is on pole position. So slipping off down into turn 2 is not what you want to be doing at the start of a second heat of racing here at Rock Cups round 2 of the 2022 championship. So here you go as they come through now for their second warm-up lap. The Moore team are not going to be happy about that, as you can see. That is your pole man right at the back of the field. If they start to slow them down in time, he might still be able to resume his position on the front row, but I don't think that's going to be able to be done. It is certainly going to be warm, there's no doubt about it. Talented field of drivers out here. And thanks, Pete, for the support and for watching us here from wherever you are in the world. And to all of our friends and fans and family that have joined us from all around the world, a big welcome to you guys as well here for round 2 of Rock Cup South Africa. You can see Sebastian Diaz looking left and right, saying, where is Jack Moore? Here he comes. You're very lucky to get back up there and take up his position. That's William Marshall, though. Where is Jack? We're looking for the number 1 car to take up his position, which should have been on the front row. So Marshall has got back into position. Now they're all sitting going, where? Pick up the pace, pick up the pace. There he's coming around the back of the triple left-handers. Might still be enough time for him to just get through and take up his pole position. See guys just trying to slot in here. Here's the 4 kart. That's his brother Josh. And where is Jackie saying, just slow down, we need to get him up there. It's not what they wanted to do, that is for sure. You can see them looking over their shoulders going, what is going on here? Josh Moore is there. Where is the 31 kart? Where is he going to be able to get through? They've slowed them all up dramatically here to try and give him a chance to catch up. And if that's the case, he should be able to get back just in time. They're all looking over their shoulders, looking, where is this man? Where is the guy we're waiting for? Here he comes. Oh, absolutely hauling through. And just enough time to get into the front of the field. So here we go. We are now standing by for race action. Moore hits the front. William is alongside him. And William Marshall looking to try and maybe spoil his day with Josh Moore and Sebastian Diaz. And here they come. I'm expecting a big fight, and I think we're going to have one. Pete's in the UK, enjoying all this action. We've got UK weather here in V-Town as they cross the line and head down towards the Peterson chicane for the first time. It is Jack Moore, Josh Moore into second. Oh, a little bit of touching in the background there. Sebastian Diaz getting forced wide slightly as they came into the exit of the chicane and into turn 1. Flying down that back straightaway now. You can see, oh, running off a couple of carts and a spinner as well. Right through the center of the pack there. 99 ran wide. That was James Nash. And running off the circuit as well as the 40 cart. Oh, man, we're having some tough times out there. Chase Carty having to go and take evasive action around the outside of turn 2. And a couple of carts going off and one of them spinning out completely. We'll try and get a replay of that as soon as we can. But there's some big action expected, and exactly what we're expecting is happening right here. And well called on that one. Tyler Posthumus has joined us as well. Thanks for that. And welcome to everybody. There you go. Spinning things out there. Just trying to pick up a number on that cart. An all yellow machine. Looks like it might have a 4 in the back of it, so I'm not quite sure exactly what that was. But needless to say, we're back into the race action at the front end. Don't worry too much. Sebastian Diaz getting away slightly. He's got about a 1.3 second lead over Josh Moore, Jack Moore, Enzo, and Matteo Mason. Chatted to Matteo. He was one of our first interviews of the lunchtime break, and he was pretty excited about the action that was happening on track and looking forward to another big battle. Fortunately, the rain has stayed away. The sun actually starting to just squeeze through here in V-Town after a bit of a rainfall over lunchtime. The track is dry, so we're on slicks, and we're sitting at about 12 degrees centigrade air temperature, which means track conditions are very poor. Not because of the track's surface or the circuit itself, but because of the lack of sun and heat into the tarmac. And it's going to make these tyres have to work triple time here today. Nice to see Vereeniging coming through there as well. Spice had a bit of a tough ask in the first one. Came from the back of the field up to 10th place. And Vereeniging Maula now starting to make his way through as well. One of the youngest karters in this category in Mini Rock. And mixing it up with the usual contenders. Sebastian Diaz, though, head down and trucking and getting away from everybody else. We heard from every single one of these karters. What are your plans for race number 2? I'm going to get my head down and I'm going to try and win. So they're all getting their head down and trying to win now. Watch for those gesticulations coming from the drivers as well, saying, come on, come with me. Come with me if you want to leave. 48 squeezing through there, slowly but surely making his way back to the front is William Marshall. Marshall didn't quite get the start he wanted, but he's now into the pack of the top 5 and almost bridged that gap to the 36 kart there of Enzo. Enzo Ruggiero there having a fantastic run so far here in heat number 2 in that top 5 hunt. Look in the background, they just start to spread out. You've got Caleb Moss in there as well, along with Troy Van der Laan. Taylor Patel, and look out for Luke Hill. Keegan Beaumont just behind that, and Sebastian Human. Emma Dowling and Chase Carty, after running wide, is down in 16th place. James Nash and Angelo Brocchini. And I think it possibly might have been James Nash who was the spinner there in the number 99. He ran off track, and maybe it was Rafael de Silva or Chipang Shinsanwana that were the kart spinning out and ending up on the grass. Back into this battle though, and watching it coming out of the triple left-hander now. Nice little run from this one. Oh, great dive up the inside there. Change up from the 36 Enzo Ruggiero going through and just finding a way to make up one position, get up into 4th place. I think he demoted Matteo down 1 place there as well as they come through. So leader going through the chicane. This is a easy run at the moment so far for Sebastian Diaz, because he hasn't had to worry about any of the fights that have been happening behind, and the fights are raging here. Matteo Mason trying to find a way through there on Josh Moore. He's found it, and Moore's lost out too. Lost out to Ruggiero as well as they go into turn 2 here. Oh, big tag there. Big tag there. The 31 kart trying to fly through there of Jack Moore, tagging 28 and sending Matteo Mason to the left-hand side of the track. Now, look at this. 7 karts, all side by side, coming out of the triple left-hander into the final part of that left-hander. They eventually have to slot into positions. Watching Luke Hill getting involved in that as well. Troy Van der Laan is there too. So watch out for that second pack coming through. They are definitely looking for a chance here to close things down. We've got a spinner out on the side of the track as well. So another kart off circuit. Just going to watch to see who falls by the wayside as they cross the line. It's Marshall. It's William Marshall, championship leader, or he was coming into this round with Ethan Lennon not being here. into race 2 of this round. He was championship leader and he spun out. That is a huge moment there for William Marshall if he's on the sideline at this stage of the race. Battle continues here with a 36 kart leading out the second battle. Enzo Ruggiero having a fantastic little run here and really hanging on to a group of karts in which any one of them can take the honors. 88 Caleb Moss is now into the mix. Haven't seen much of him in the first race, but he's definitely there in the second one. Onto the back end of Ruggiero. Back marker in the foreground of the shot as well. As the leader comes through the foreground, watching the background, there's second place. That's the gap that Sebastian Diaz has pulled. It's almost 10 seconds. Almost 10 seconds there between Enzo in second. Josh Moore, Caleb Moss, Jack Moore, Manalesi and Como. Recovering there from Sebastian Himan. Unfortunately not a recover at all from Matteo Mason, who's now dropped to the back of the field completely into 18th place. Just ahead of Rafael da Silva, who's the last kart on track. Second place. And the hunt is starting to become even more dangerous here from Caleb Moss's point of view, as he's now fighting with Jack Moore. Moore and Moss going at it. Fighting so hard, they're allowing these two to get away ever so slightly. Here's the move. Oh, big dive on the inside there from Josh Moore. Trying to find a way through on the 36 kart, but Enzo shut the door. Not giving him any room to play, but it was very close there between Moore and Enzo. Ruggiero hanging on for second now. That's the gap there, just on the right-hand side. You would have spotted our lead kart making his way into the triple left-hander. Come out of that one now, and you can see some more intention being shown here with lap 7 of 10, about to complete lap number 8, so 2 to go. And there you go, diving through. Great move from Josh Moore. Door opened up and he took advantage of it. Enzo trying to come back at him. Defensive driving from Moore. Jack Moore behind there looking to try and close down as well. The two more boys looking to just sandwich out Enzo here. Ruggiero under big pressure from Jack Moore as he dives into the final corner. Has a big look, couldn't quite make it stick though as they head towards Peterson chicane with 2 to go. 2 laps to go now for these guys as they go at it. Defensive driving from Josh. Watch for the cutback. He goes for the cutback, but Josh sees it coming and goes defensive. Cuts right across the circuit and doesn't give anybody room to play. He's on the inside line. It'll compromise his drive slightly. Jack Moore forces a wide. Oh, a big move there from Jack Moore, forcing Enzo wide. Enzo spun out and he's on his own. So he spun out completely there, coming out of turn 2. It's now Moore 2 and 3, but Jack Moore forcing Enzo Ruggiero off the circuit completely. Caleb Moss right behind them, waited to pick up the pieces. He sits in 5th place now, so make that 4th now for Caleb as they come into the Tolkien Kern. Tolkien corner is about to start their final lap. Coming across the line now for one more pass of this 1.14 kilometer circuit. Lapping in the 53s is Sebastian Diaz, fastest lap of the race, coming out of our leader on that last pass. But this is the fight for second. And what a fight we got here. Moores 2 and 3, Moss in 4, Manalesi in 5, Talon in 6. And it's Riachile Spice Mayaula in the 7th spot right now. Luke Hill might have just squeezed out there and got ahead of Spice as they went into the triple left-hander. Phenomenal run here from these guys. What a start to heat number 2 here, and expecting more of the same later on for the final heat here. No doubt about it as they come out of it. Look at this, chopping and changing. The flag is out though for the leader. He takes the win comfortably by almost 14 seconds. But here they come for second place. Josh Moore's just broken away ever so slightly. Jack's going to hang on for 3rd. Here comes Moss for 5. And right on Moss's tail, it's the 7-9 of Mayaula. Riachile Spice Mayaula coming through for 5th place. What a drive there from him. Talon Patel in 6th ahead of Manalesi and Como. Emma Dowling into the top 10. Luke Hill in 9th, and Keegan Beaumont will make up the top 10 completed. And what a way to go. We're not done yet. They're coming to the line still. 69 crosses the line there. Good run from Rafael da Silva trying to make up ground. But Matteo Mason and William Marshall are going to be kicking themselves. Lots of ground lost in this championship for William Marshall. considering the fact he came into this round in V-Town in second place and took the lead of the championship after race number 1. That's going to change up again here after race number 2. Unofficial results: Diaz from Moore, Jack Moore in third. So the two Moore boys there, 2 and 3 ahead of Moss, Mayaula, Patel, and as the rain starts to come down, I can hear it in my ears there. It's a good run there from Taylor and Patel. And Cormore, Dowling, Luke Hill, and Beaumont, and then it's Sebastian Himon, Hayden Beaumont, Angelo Brachini, Troy van der Laan, Matteo Mason eventually into 17th place, and Rafael de Silva in 18th. William Marshall only down in 19th spot. That's going to do some damage there to his championship aspirations. Spinner on the slowdown lap there was the 30 kart. And of course, Japang Shinsenwana will think himself, what went wrong in this second heat? Got to try and sort things out now for heat number 3 later on this afternoon. But first of all, small break, and then we come back with action from Bambino's. Well, as you can see here in VKC, a little bit of a change in conditions over the last 10 minutes or so, and frantic activity down in pit lane with the Bambino class getting a chance to change from dry slick tires to full wets, and that's the reason why. Absolutely pouring down here in Vereeniging, just outside of Johannesburg. So we have got a small break just to get those guys and girls a chance to get some wet weather tires on, including our pace cart there of Taylor Hill. And she'll be getting a chance to get the pace done for, of course, look at that. Absolutely treacherous conditions here in V-Town. Fortunately, though, it is a really good circuit in terms of tires. And now, as I say that, we've got kind of a monkey's wedding going on here. The sun trying to burst its way through. Hopefully just chase the rain away for the rest of the day. But you can see some anxious, concerned karters in the background going, oh, come on. This is not what I wanted. I didn't pay to come and race in the rain. There's only one way to learn how to race in the rain, guys, and that's to race in the rain. So we wish them all the very best. We'll be back shortly with commentary as soon as their karts are on track. So with that small break in proceedings, we now get into the action. And we're just discussing in the studio now how many of these youngsters would have raced in the rain. I don't think a lot of them. They're going to get one warm-up lap there with Taylor Hill to take them around in the Ralph Schumacher chassis machine just in front. She was, of course, the lady chatting to us in the lunchtime break all about her disability, but it doesn't seem to affect her too badly, considering the fact that she's learnt how to drive the kart, not by feel, because she's got absolutely no feel in those feet and legs of hers, but she goes with the engine revs and the noise of the kart. Unbelievable. But we've got Noah Cronier out front again, looking to take his 5th win of the season. He took 3 out of 3 in Cape Town. He's taken the first one of the day in dry conditions. It's now in wet conditions for race 2. Let's see what he's able to do here in the battle at the front with Diego Antunes and with Zach Boshoff. So Cronier just slowing down. Cronier's got a problem. Cronier's got a problem. The kart has died on him completely. And it's cut out. And he is absolutely distraught about that. There must be something wrong. Looks like there's something wrong with the 18 kart as well, unfortunately, there for him. So a bit of a change up there between our top two. 18, of course, is Boipelo Moehili. And he, unfortunately, has got some problems as well there as he pulls to the sideline as well. Now, other karts are looking over their shoulders and going, well, what do we do now? As the pole man's no longer there. It means that Diego Antunes and Zach Boshoff will assume the positions of first and second on the grid. Or are they going to give them a chance to get those karts back into it? We'll have to wait and see. There are 3 karts circulating still. I wonder if there's something wrong with possibly water getting into the engine or spoiling the opportunity there for those 2 karters. But definitely only 3 of them about to start this one. Antunes, Boshoff, and the 27 kart of De Wet. A pity there for them to pull onto the sideline. Definitely something gone wrong there on the lead kart. Still stuck in pit lane there, I think, is Benjamin Gibbard. He's going to come through. He'll start from pit lane if they do start this one. There you can see. Oh, man, can you believe that? That is not a happy camper. Boipelo Molategi on the side, on the left. And on the right, the number 24 kart of Noah Cronier. And he is not going to be happy about that. Well, they bring them to the line, and they've stopped them at the line. So, realizing that they've depleted the field completely, we're going to give them a chance possibly to get those karts sorted out. Something went wrong on those 2 karts on the start. And whether or not they're going to get their red flag has been called. I wonder if there was an issue that was not due to those 2 karters. And possibly the conditions here have called for a restart. There you go. Noah. Head between his knees there, basically going, what is going on? And there is Boipelo. He's trying to get his kart started again as well, but hasn't gone according to plan. And he walks away dejected as well. Our officials there, Eric Schultz coming to help out. Find out what possibly went wrong. Here's the 2 karts in question in the same shot there with this wet weather's on. Let's see if they can get it started now. Noah's going to jump back in. And as he got going again, looks like he might have. Yeah, there we go. Well, he gets a final little kick into the rear end there from Eric Schultz. Trying to get him going. I'm not quite sure if he's going to get going or not, but it seems to have fired up. It's just not firing like it should. I wonder if there's some water there somewhere. The amount of water that came down, there's a good possibility that that might be the case. Noah can't get it started at all. They're rolling him to the line, but whether or not he's going to be able to get that thing started again, we'll wait and see. Boipelo also being helped out there. Squadra Course team jumping on. Try and help him out. Definitely some kind of an issue here with these 2 karts. The wind is still pumping and there's a little bit of water still coming out of the sky. You can see there from the sort of inland dam here between turn 5 and 6. The water just sticking around for a long, long time here after the big rainfall last night. Really nice to see the camaraderie that's happening here amongst karting again. It's been a long time since we've seen this as well. And you can see the Squadra Course guys jumping in there. A lot of these guys are not actually Squadra Course team members, but team jumping in there to help them get round and hopefully get back onto the grid. And that's kind of what's been happening all through the day and through the weekend. Yesterday during practice and today as well during qualifying. Everybody jumping in and making sure that we've got karting happening like it should, with lots of camaraderie And lots of assistance from teams that might not even be involved with the drivers that are on track. The other one out there, of course, is Mfana Umalemo, the 551 kart. There's certainly going to be concerned karters. They're going to restart these 4. And if they can get those other 3 started, they'll probably be able to join at some point. But they are going to lose out valuable championship points here. And it's going to, unfortunately, not allow Noah Crenier to get 5 out of 5. It's the one tough aspect of motorsport and how it can hurt. Amazing stuff here. So, will it be Antunes or is it going to be Boshoff? Are we going to see a sneaky little maneuver coming from the 27 kart of Luan de Vet? 13's back in it. Benjamin Gibbard has been able to get back on track. He didn't make it out for that first heat, so he'll be looking forward to possibly finishing up the second heat and not stuck on the sideline like we see 3 of his fellow competitors in Bambinos. I'll get them into formation. Just looking as they go past 1, 2, 3, still stuck on the sideline. Oh, that's such a pity. Lots of frustration down there on the infield section here of VKC. So Antunes, Boshoff, De Vet and Gibbard will take the start for Heat 2 of Bambino. Holding formation as well. That's always good to see. When you lose a couple of karters out on track, it's not always easy to work out where you're supposed to be. Taylor starts to pick the pace up ever so slightly as the pace kart, but she'll hold them back until that flag drops and the lights go out and we can go racing again. Here we go. Out of the final corner and the sun starts to come out. Can you believe that? The sun is out now on a wet VKC circuit as we start the second heat of Bambinos down into Peterson Chicane. It's the 66 of Diego Antunes who gets the whole shot and leads out of the chicane. Running wide slightly is the 55 kart there of Boshoff, allowing a big move to come through there from Ben Gibbard. Benjamin Gibbard coming through the field rapidly there, possibly even challenging for second. And now into second place, challenging for first. And then loops it out. 360, 720. Oh, all 3 karts out. So Gibbard loops it out, does a 360. And nowhere to go for Zach Boshoff. He tried to avoid and also spun out. And in the background, it looks like it was Luan de Vet who also got involved and had to spin out. So the only man who's not being affected by these weather conditions and a tricky start to the race is our leader, Diego Antunes. Have a look at this. Coming down into turn 2. There's the loop out from the 13 kart. 55 coming in there, trying to avoid. Little tag between the two of them. And in the background, in sympathy, De Vet spins out as well. So it's Gibbard, De Vet, and Boshoff all spinning out and leaving this man to just disappear in the front end. Diego Antunes with a huge margin now. Yeah, slightly longer race than what we expected here, but needless to say, it's going to be action-packed with the amount of water on track. And as I said at the start of this one, I don't know how many of these karters have actually had a chance to race in the rain. They would have been out possibly in some wet weather conditions just to learn how to use the wet weather tyres. That would be another spinner. Here you go, coming out of the final corner and spinning out. I think that once again was Luan de Vet. 66 is your leader as he comes out of turn 2, or heads towards turn 2, out of turn 1. Benjamin Gibbard there into second. Did the slightly change up in terms of body language and driving style out of Diego Antunes, not looking to make any mistakes now with the lead he's got. Luan de Vet still in third, even though he spun out of the final corner. Bossoff has dropped down to 4th place. Here we go, up towards Tolkien. No problems at all here for this young man. He's just kept it very smooth, controlled, and not going to try. Well, he's trying not to make any mistakes. Not always easy to do. Okay, Jay, in the right-hand side of the shot there, starting to come into the pre-race area, contemplating whether wets or slicks are going to be the way to go. Right now, would be going on to wet weather tyres without a doubt. The rain's still continuing to fall, although it's very light. We've still got water on track, and we've still got lots of water up in the sky. Hopefully not going to affect us too badly. Diego Antonez now with a 10.7 second lead over second place Benjamin Gibbard. It's literally the entire back straights length. And De Wet into 3rd. Bossoff has just crossed the line in 4th place. And if you've just joined us, you would see the man who took the first victory in race 1, Noah Cornier, is not at the front of the race. He's actually parked on the sideline alongside Boipelo Molatlehi and Mfana Omalemo, who both had some issues on the start lap. Starting to have some issues there as well, as Antunes starts to pick up the pace ever so slightly. And by picking up the pace, he's going to have to be very careful he doesn't make any mistakes. It's heat in the rubber by now on those wet weather tyres. In not a lot of heat, but of course with the friction that's happening between rubber and tarmac, there is going to be a little bit of heat that gets picked up. Although you've got to watch out for the puddles that are still out on circuit. Lap 3 of 8 completed for the leader, and that's the gap he's got over second place. Look at that. It's a massive margin that we're dealing with there with that Red Bull kart of Benjamin Gibbard. De Wet is closing. Yeah, Leon De Wet, 131.6s as opposed to Ben Gibbard's 139.9s. Incredible to see that Diego Antonez is doing 125.8s in the wet. So certainly just reveling in conditions here as the rain starts to come down again. And it's definitely picked up a lot heavier than what it has been. Zach Bossoff will tell you all about that. Now, let's see what Antonez can do with the rain starting to fall. Is that going to affect his ability? Is that going to affect his concentration? He's been very good so far, but now with additional water coming from the sky and making the track even wetter, let's see if he's got what's required to finish up these last 4 laps. It's been 4 laps of light rain and lots of water on the track, and it looks like we're going to have another 4 laps here of heavy rain and even more water on track for Diego Antonez to try and hang on. He's 24 seconds up the road, so he doesn't really have to worry too much about competition near him. He's got to worry about the fact that he's got to stay on track and not make any mistakes. Leon De Wet thinking about the same thing as he comes through. He's about 6 seconds quicker than the man in front of him, and that's why he's been able to close that gap down and catch Benjamin Gibbard. They go into the Peterson chicane. 13 over 27. Down towards turn 2 they go. No worries at all for these two. Looks like there might be a dive on the inside here from 27. And, through. Never mind a dive, just an overtake completely down the straightaway. Change up for second as Leon De Wet hits second place. Just on the pace of his kart down that back straightaway to get ahead of Ben Gibbard. Five laps down now as our leader crosses the line. 3 to go in trying conditions. This is certainly not what they were expecting here in the beginning of winter on the Highveld. at this stage on a usual year. Without the way the weather patterns have been changing worldwide, we'd be expecting just a cold winter's day. No rain, bit of sunshine, and probably 15 to 16 degrees Celsius temperatures. We've got 16 degrees Celsius at the moment according to the weather app on our timing monitor, but I think the weather, that probably has dropped slightly now that the wet weather's come back down again. De Wet is second and pulled away now from third place. I wonder if Ben Gibbard's got a problem on track somewhere. He's just a bit further back. There he is. So it's just a massive margin now between first, second and third. 34 seconds between 1 and 2. And it's almost 13 seconds between 2 and 3 on track. So the wet weather has not helped out this Bambino competition for heat number 2. Such a pity to lose out those 3 karts at the beginning of the race. Some kind of technical issue on them, I'm sure, which will get sorted out hopefully for heat 3 later. Across the line one more time with 2 to go now for Diego Antunes. And he has really put full concentration into this drive. Back a little bit when the rain started coming down a bit heavier. The rain has now eased up ever so slightly again. And if I look over the sort of, the western side of the circuit, it's almost clear and blue skies coming our way. So we might end up with dry conditions there. Look over the top of that shot there above our camera 3 position. It's almost clear skies in the background. So hopefully that bodes well for the rest of the day's racing. Might have a couple of races with some wet track. But by the time we get to heat 3 of each of the categories, we might be into full dry conditions again. That's all we're hoping for. That's what a lot of these karters are hoping for as well. Running wide slightly. He's trying to stay out of harm's way, trying to stay out of the puddles as well. What they've got to take into account though is that if there are no puddles out there and it does start to get dry on any of the circuits or any part of the circuit, they might still have to get into the wet to keep the tyres cool and hopefully not allow them to degrade too badly. On to the final lap now for the 66. Diego Antunes. Just perfectly done here from him. Stayed out of trouble. Yes, had to try and avoid a couple of karts that were spinning out in front of him. But by staying in trouble, he's very fortunate to have stayed at the front end of the field. De Wet had to fight hard after spinning out and avoiding the first bit of action at the front end of the field. He's managed to get himself back up into second place, which is a good move there from him. Good move for the championship as well, because it's going to give him 62 points in his first 2 races. That's a very good day in the saddle. No, Cranier is going to get no points here, unfortunately, but he will still lead the championship on 140 points. Antunes with this win. Oh, I say win. It's not done yet. He spun out and looped it on the final lap. And the leader's on the side there. A bit of assistance from the marshal to get him back on track. Has he been able to keep it running? Yes, he has. He's got enough in the bag to hang on for the win. Nearly gave him a commentator's curse there. As he just looped it out with 2 corners to go. So the concentration level has been pretty high, and he nearly threw it all away there completely. And he's going to be a happy man. There you go. Hanging on for the win. Luan De Wet will be coming through for second. And third place will be Ben Gibbard. There it is. De Wet done for second. 27 kart up into second place. Nice run there from him. And third place will be Ben Gibbard coming to the line. Zach Bossoff will be for fourth as well, but he's a long, long way back. And there is your third place kart from the Bambino class coming to the line now. Today he was hoping that that Red Bull would give him some kind of fins as opposed to wings. But fortunately he was able to keep it all together and stay in the top 3 all race long on the return after not getting out in race number 1. Still got one more to go here, and that will be Zach Bossoff. Bossoff should still be coming to the line. Here he comes, surviving what's been a tough race there for the Bambino category. And there you have our top 4 confirmation unofficially. Diego Antonez, Luan Devet, Benjamin Gibbard, and Zach Bossoff. And hopefully that'll be sorted out by the time we get into race number 3 later on. All 7 karts hopefully back on track by that stage. There you go, unofficial results once again from Bambino's. Diego Antonez taking it. And we'll be back shortly with action from OKJ. Two warm-up laps here for OKJ as they start their second heat of the day in some trying conditions, that's for sure. It's been crying from the sky and it's now trying on track. They make it very, very difficult for the OKJ class here to stay on track and stay in the hunt for what is going to be OKJ's second heat of the day. Casey Ensel-Smith has taken 4 out of 4 so far. What can Ensel-Smith do now in slightly more difficult conditions? Well, that's what can happen so easily. And yeah, that's what can happen, as I said, with the 23 kart of Mallory Mabunda just spinning out all on his own sim in the wet conditions. They've got 2 laps of warm-up, so Mallory will do his best to try and get that kart sorted out and started again. And if he can just hang tight, he can maybe just slot back into position and take up his grid position. Starting this second heat, not what you want to be doing. You're stuck on the sideline, that is for sure. Here we go. That's Casey Ensel-Smith driving for Team Gazoo Racing. And a little bit of spinning and slipping and sliding there with one more warm-up lap to do. Watch out for Teo van der Laan, who had a fantastic race in the first one, getting second place there. Third place went to Nyiso Mabunda. So they've got some battle to sort out here. You'll watch for slightly wider lines from the karters as well. They won't be using the original race lines because there'll be hardly any grip available. And you'll actually see, oh, there you go, 82 spins out. Oh, man. Nzalo Koza. He also got a little bit out of shape coming out of turn 2. Right, they're starting to slow it down. And you can hear our cameraman in the background having a little chuckle to himself as they went around and saw the spinner. So it's Casey Ensel-Smith and Taya van der Laan side by side. 37 behind them will be Vian Boshoff looking to try and squeeze through as well. Watch out for some maneuvers coming out of 98, Divan Naidu. 43's in there as well. That'll be Christopher Tate, who will be looking to turn his luck around after a DNF in heat number 1. So we've got 6 karts lined up of the 8 that were ready to go. 7th one coming in the background there, of course, will be the spinner, Nzalo Koza. Casey with a little final stretch. Valentino Rossi style there from him. And into the tram lines we go. Do we get a start? Yes, we do. Great start there. Ensel-Smith this time not going to be outgunned into the chicane. Taya van der Laan finishes up into 2nd and sluts right behind Casey Ensel-Smith with pressure coming from Boshoff. Vian gets a little bit sideways in the wet, as you'd expect. Catches it nicely going into turn number 1 though. 28 on his tell is already, well 29 I should say, into Niso Mbanda is right there as well with another super start out of Mbanda. How will he finish up by the time the checkered flag comes out in 15 laps time? They fly through the triple left-hander now, heading towards the exit point. And then it's a little short squirt to a double right. And watch the different race lines being used here. Casey Ensel-Smith using those wider lines to try and pick up some of the more tackier section of the circuit. There'll be a lot of marbles and stuff out there, but there'll be a little bit more grip out there as well compared to the normal race lines, which are now going to be like ice. And that's exactly what can happen. Taya van der Laan looping it out completely and spinning out of the penultimate corner, Tolkien corner. She's dropped right to the back of the field now. Taya's going to have to do lots of work to try and catch the front end again. You see it just in the background there, just trying to get that kart going again. But it's Casey Ensel-Smith now from Boshoff. Boshoff from Mbanda. Mbanda from Naidu. Vivian Naidu in 4th, but a little bit off the pace there slightly. And then behind that, it's Christopher Tate. Have a look at this. Just getting a little bit out of shape. Puts the wheels onto the dirt. And then just 180 degrees the wrong way around. Taya trying to get the kart going again. Remember, she's not allowed to get any outside assistance to get that kart started. Otherwise, it will be deemed a DNF, and it doesn't look like she's going to get that kart started at all. She's moved off the race line, fortunately. If she can just get it into that pit exit, it might be a chance to get it fired up again. She's about to get lapped, though, because here comes the leaders out of Tolkien corner. Yep, that's it. Done and dusted. Van der Laan out. Casey Ensel-Smith goes past the stricken Van der Laan. Now realizing that he's got a decent enough margin over Vian Boshoff in 2nd. Banda from Naidu from Tate, Christopher Tate I should say. Christopher Tate there in 5th place, fighting with Vivian Naidu. Battle there going to start to rage a little bit as well. But no problem at all for Casey Ensel-Smith there. You can see the rain clouds that have left us now and hopefully going to stay away for the rest of the day. Just in the background of that shot, it's been tough. There's a kart on the sideline here as well. Is that Mallory Mabunda? It is. Mallory Mabunda wasn't able to get his kart started. So we lost Nzalo Koza. We've lost Mallory Mabunda and we've lost Taya van der Laan out of the OKJs here for Heat 2. Yo, that was sideways from Boshoff. Nicely caught from Vian Boshoff as he came out of the double right-hander. That could have ended up horribly wrong. Maybe just showboating a little bit there for the crowd. Oh, seems to be enjoying himself there in the wet is Boshoff in 2nd. He's only 1.9 seconds off the leader, so it looks like Casey Ensel-Smith might have eased up slightly. Not too much. He can't afford to give too much room there to Vian Boshoff. He'll pounce. Very, very close action here between these guys initially, but now it seems to have spread out ever so slightly. And it's kind of what we expect in the rainy conditions. This is going to be a bit of an easy win here for Casey Ensel-Smith if he can keep it all together and not make any mistakes. It's usually what we'd expect from him, considering the fact that he's taken the first 4 victories of the season back to back. But a 104.4 on the last pass out of Bjorn Boshoff makes him the fastest kart on track. So he is definitely trying to close that gap down and spoil the day there for Casey Ensel-Smith. Back out and into the battleground again as he completes another one. That's 4 of 15 done. Almost at the first third completed. Behind that, Mabunda, Vivian Naidu, and a slowing Christopher Tate. Tate just not able to run with the same kind of pace as these two are able to do. Niso Mabunda possibly looking to stay in the hunt for second place in this championship, even though he's down in third on track at the moment. 140 for Casey Ensel-Smith at this stage. And it's 120 for Mabunda after race 1. So 20 points in it there between the top two in the championship. And right now there's only 5 points difference on track. So it'll be Casey Ensel-Smith with the advantage of the win here. He'll move on to 175 points scored for the first 5 races. This wet weather has not helped out, and the wet track is definitely making it very difficult. Not for Bjorn Boshoff though. Bjorn Boshoff once again fastest on track. 103.6 now from Boshoff. That's the worst place to be, sitting on the sideline and watching your fellow karters racing without you. Ensel-Smith has not done anything that would concern Team Gazoo Racing. And he hangs on for now for a potential win. But as I said, last 3 laps in a row, Bjorn Boshoff has been quicker than him. It's only been by about half a second, but half a second over the next 10 laps might be enough. Third of the distance completed, 2/3 still to go, and Casey Ensel-Smith leads out by 2.5 seconds over Bjorn Boshoff, and it looks like he's answered the call as well, as Ensel-Smith has gone quickest. 103.366 out of Casey Ensel-Smith. Boshoff now down into the 104.110, so almost a second quicker there. So he realized that Boshoff was coming. Just turned the wick up ever so slightly. Tanisa Mabunda, Vivian Naidu still 3 and 4. Christopher Tate still in the 5 spot. Nice control, smooth steering, no hard acceleration or hard braking in these conditions, because it'll just turn you around or make you loop out. Everything's got to be a little bit more dainty. Try and use those outside lines as opposed to the normal race lines as well. That's exactly what these guys and girl were doing. Taya looks like she might be back on track. Yes, Taya van der Laan is back on track. There you can see her just up the road in the distance. About to be caught by the leaders, but she's been able to get that kart started again and has made her way back on track. Ensel-Smith just controlling things now. 103.2, 103.7, top 2. So he's matched the pace that was coming from Bjorn Boshoff and is now going to try and control it there from the lead with half this race distance to go. Loop out there as well. Is that just trying to pick up on which kart that was. So the top 2 was Taya. Taya van der Laan has looped out again there by the looks of things. After a great second place in race number 1. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone according to plan here in race 2 there for our young lady. That no, she is still circulating by the looks of things, and It was Christopher Tate then. Christopher Tate, I think, might have been the spinner there. Didn't quite get the number because I just saw it in the background. No worries at all here for Casey though. Just getting the job done. Heading down and catching up onto one of the back markers. That should be possibility of catching Taya van der Laan. There is a card on the sideline, and I would say it's Christopher Tate. Yeah, Chris Tate just parked it on the sideline there. So Taya will basically unlap herself if she continues to circulate and pass Chris 2 more times, and she'll move herself back up into the top 5. That's a good return to the running there for Taya van der Laan. Wonder what weather conditions are going to be like next weekend, Paul, at PE for our round in Quebec of the Extreme Festival. Because if this is a nice start to the wet weather season for Taya van der Laan and some practice in the wet, it certainly might bode well for her in Formula 1600s next weekend. There's a bit of wetness down in Quebec and round 3 of the Extreme Festival National Championships. Our team from up to 60 seconds and 2 wheels will be covering that as well. So we'll definitely be checking that out. They're about to start their final lap. No, they're not. Nice try. Our cameraman's saying last lap, but it's not a 10 lapper. This is a 15 lapper. Cross the line and another lap completed. So that's 2/3 of race distance completed. Amazing to see how Casey Ensel-Smith taken such a long time to catch Taya van der Laan. She's lapping in the 1:04.5. She's lapping in the 1:02.5. So he's 2 seconds a lap quicker. But it's taken him at least 6 laps to catch Taya now that she got back on track. Oh, we've got some chances of rain next weekend. That'll be exactly what Taya van der Laan is thinking to herself. Well, this is good practice for next weekend. Divya Naidu about to be caught now by the leader. He's down in 4th. One more pass to go and we'll see Taya moving up into the top 5 and Chris Tate dropping out of it. He's parked on the sideline and no longer competing. Blue flag waving there for the 9-8 of Divya Naidu. Warning him that Team Gazoo Racing, the Toyota Corolla team, of Casey Ensel-Smith is about to close in on him. Mabunda with Divya Naidu behind him into the Peterson chicane. This is good stuff here. Great practice. As I said earlier on, the only way to learn to race or ride and drive in the rain is to get out there and drive in the rain. Casey Ensel-Smith about to pass Taya van der Laan now into Tolkien. No, waits for a little bit longer. Not going to chance anything now with only a couple of laps to go. He'll wait patiently to get past on Taya, or Taya will probably give him some room. There you go, that's nicely done. Young lady moving out of the way there and allowing Casey Ensel-Smith to come through. That wouldn't have been the case had they been fighting for position though. Watch Taya though, she's going to try and learn as much as she can there from Casey. Tucks right underneath that gearbox and now looks to try and go with him. Casey Ensel-Smith running wide. Slightly different lines coming out of these drivers, as we said. When it comes to the rainy conditions, they'll take different lines into the corners. Still works out though nicely. Up next we've got Kid Rock, of course, and the Kid Rock competitors are now contemplating what they need to do in terms of tyre choice. Right now there is only one choice of tyre, and that's full wets. The lap can be completed now, on to 13 done, 2 to go. Two to go now for Casey Ensel-Smith. Taya van der Laan right on his tail, learning as much as she can there from Ensel-Smith in these tricky conditions. People think that Taz lapping in the 104.3s, KC's in the 102.5, so not far off the pace of the leader anyway. Last pass a 103.7 actually there from Taya, so she's down into the 103s for the first time. Personal best there from her. They come out and into the right-hander at Tolkien. Left-hand flick down towards the penultimate corner. Bit of pit lane activity there as Kid Rock starts to make their way to the pre-race area. 1 to go. So Casey Hensel-Smith has done it all right here. No problems at all here for this young man. He's really done a great job. He's going to make it 5 out of 5. That's an amazing start to a season. Certainly the way to go here from Casey Hensel-Smith's point of view. Vivianado trying to close things down here in the last part of the race on Intermission Mabunda. Intermission will still hang on to second place in this championship as the checkered flag is about to come out here for our leader and for the win. Taya van der Laan will still get a top 5 as well for her efforts in these tricky conditions. Amazing to think that she never gave up and got the kart started again to get back on track. Bjorn Boshoff will get second. So Boshoff second gives him the 32 points for second place, and that'll move him nicely up into opening account for his championship. Mabunda comes through for third. So he scores another 30 points there towards his championship. So nicely done. He'll move to 120 points. Vivianado there in the 4th spot as he finishes up in 4th place for his team efforts there. So there you go. Unofficial results. Hensel-Smith ahead of Boshoff, Mabunda, Vivianado, Taya van der Laan and Chris Tate. Unfortunately, Mallory Mabunda and Nzalo Koza deemed as non-starters. So we'll see them back hopefully in action by the time we get into race 3 a bit later on. But up next in a few minutes time, we'll be back shortly with action from Kid Rock. It's still pretty cold and it's still pretty wet on track as our Kid Rock competitors make their way out for heat number 2 now. Let's see what they can do here for the second heat. In some tricky conditions, they'll get 2 warm-up laps to try and get a bit of heat into the rubber. Not easy to do when you've got a wet circuit to try and find the heat, but that's what they've got to try and do if they want good traction. Jack Moore and Declan Jurgens on the front row. Jurgens on pole for the second race. And he'll be looking to keep Jack Moore honest in the second heat of the day. Moore has taken 4 wins out of 4 starts so far, so he's a tough man to beat. And here we go down into turn 2, exactly what we expected. 63 is one of the karts we had to worry about, and that is Declan. Declan Jurgens on the side and off the track completely. 690 is another car that's involved there. That is Franco Gibbard and the 17 kart of Cade Konofsky. I can tell you now, he was a young man who we were chatting to in the break saying he was good for the win. And he says, no, I'm done. See if they can get him back on track and get that kart fired up. He's running back to the kart to see if he can get it fired up. Marshall's helping these youngsters out to get them back on track. The Praga kart there, very difficult to get going again. Here we go. Looks like a couple of karts having a bit of a spin out coming out of Tolkien corner as well. 17's got going. Yes, he has. So Cade Konofsky is back in there. Our Allegiance Properties salesman. Maybe he's just looking off the track there to have a look and see if there's potential property development opportunities on the exit of turn 2 there. Ashay Nagura out there as well. In car 27. Yeah, the 2 karts at turn 2 have got going again. The watch. Very tricky under braking. Coming off quite a rapid pace on the back straight into turn number 2. See the marshals all telling him to slow down. Try and get back into formation of some nature. They've got to try and wait for, of course, our pole man, Declan Jurgens, to get to the front. He was right at the back after that spin. Jack Moore looks like he might have had a spin as well. I don't see the number 1 kart at the front either. So they're going to have to wait for him to come around the outside. That's, I think, 4. Going through there. No, there he is. He's got to the front, only just. Now waiting for our pole man. 63, still got to get there too. Here he comes. Oh, no, that's the 690. That is Franco Gibbard. Where is 63? There's 63 in the background. Look at that. Hauling through. I don't think he's going to be there by the time they go to the start line. Unless they slow these guys up dramatically. He's pushing hard to get there, but he's going to have probably about less than 100 meters before he has to start the race. That's a 17 kart. That is not the kart we're looking for. That's Cade Konofsky. They're going to go for a start here without the pole man. Looking in the background, just wait to see if you can pick up on that 63 kart coming through. 17 slots in, just in time. So Cade Konofsky, great bit of recovery there from him after the spin. They go for the start. And it's a hand up there from the leader as they cross the line. But here we go into turn 1. It's Jack Moore who leads out. Moore leads out as they come through out of the Peterson chicane. And into turn 1, he's got 29 on his tail. Maddox Mason having a good start to this one. Just trying to pick up on how far back that 63 kart there is of Declan Jurgens, who would have been looking for an opportunity. Looks like he's only... Oh, and there's a 33 spinner as well. 33 spins out, all on his own some there. Max Bossoff with a problem. So unfortunately, he has also had a problem in turn 2. Pretty treacherous going into turn 2. As I said, coming off a long straight, the braking catches you out. You've got to be so smooth on your brakes. You can't slam on the brakes like you'd normally do in a kart. And that normally, unfortunately, catches some of these youngsters out who haven't had too much experience in the wet weather. There you can see him just going ever so slightly wide and off the track and back on again, right at the back of the pack. Lead has changed, though, while we were watching that replay. Oh, and there's a problem there for the 1 kart. He's putting his hands up. I'm not quite sure why Jack's putting his hand up. Is there a red flag on track, or have they slowed and stopped it? They have. No, they haven't. No, they're all good to go. I don't know why they're all slowing down. They're thinking, hang on a second, was that a start because we didn't have the pole man? No, it's race on, boys. Flags have not come out, and Maddox Mason now trying to get around the outside of Jack Moore. So there's red flags. Red flags are eventually out. No, there you go. There's a bit of chaos there, unfortunately, here in Kid Rock. Not quite sure what the reason for that chaos is. We did have a few carts off track, but that shouldn't have called out for the red flag. And I wonder if Jack Moore put his hand up saying, hang on a second. And he spun out now. So this has been a real tough start to race 2 here in Kid Rock. So red flags have been called. Now I'll stop everybody on the line and probably just shuffle them back into their good positions to restart this one. Oh, no, you don't want to go into the pit lane there. That's not what the red flag means. If you go into pit lane, that means you're going to be stuck in pit lane until the race starts. Come to the line and let's see what the COC is going to tell you. Coming to the line, it's the 27 kart that leads out of Ashay Nagura. And he gets overtaken into the final corner. So they come to the line now. And they've all been told to just whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, mule. When I says whoa, I means whoa. There we go. To the line. Reshuffle of the grid. Looks like, yeah, time monitor's gone back to a full race again of 8 laps. So I think there was a possibility that the hand came up from the man on the front row, Jack Moore, saying, hang on a second, we're not fully formed here. Whether or not that was the call and the case for them to stop the race, I'm not sure. But there's a bit of shuffling there to get sorted before we go for racing again. If that was the case, that's a great bit of sportsmanship there from Jack Moore. Crossing the line and realizing that his Prago compatriot, number 63, who's being pushed around, was not on the pole position like he should have been. I'm not quite sure what they're doing here with the grid shuffle, but they are just shuffling the grid around. Not always easy to do, that's for sure. All right, looks like we're almost good to go here. Let's see if we've got everything sorted out now and we can restart the second heat of Kid Rock. Here we go. This will be a formation lap. And we'll give these guys a chance now to get ready to go for a full race start. So it's Jurgens and Moore on the front row. Second row is Mason and Bossoff. Konofsky and Gibbard. Everybody is back onto the track and everybody is back into the heat and into formation. They certainly are. Just getting a little information in my ear there from our producer Paul Bedford saying a couple of dry patches starting to form on track. No doubt about that. Still not dry enough though to unfortunately go to slick tyres just yet. I think by the next 2 or 3 heats of racing there'll be a dry line forming, and that might be a gamble you want to go with. Chatted to Jack Moore, saying to him, is he going to go out on wet weathers or on slicks if it was raining? He said, no, definitely wet weathers. He said, doesn't want to chance a slick in the wet. And I said to him, well, Brad Binder might have done that. And he said, oh, maybe I'll think about that. But they're all about talking about getting their heads down and racing. So now it's definitely time to get your head down. Try and stay out of the spray. Try and stay out of harm's way. 40 kart still battling a little bit out there. Riley Van Staden had a bit of a misfire in that first heat, and it still looks like it's there and affecting his ability to run with the pace of the rest of the pack. Here we go. So controlling things from the front. Declan Jurgens and Jack Moore. And we're lights out and racing. Here we go down into Peterson chicane. Looks like Moore's got the whole shot. Got a slightly better start there, and he leads into the Peterson chicane. Jurgens into second place with already pressure being applied there from Maddox. Maddox Mason looking for a way around, but can't find it just yet. Jurgens hangs on to second place only just as they come out of turn 1. Spinner is 26. And Oliver Neal, unfortunately, with some problems there of his own as he came out of turn number 1. And looping in the background as well, another kart just spinning out here and not getting it all together, unfortunately, coming out of turn 2. So these tricky conditions continue to hinder the performance of these drivers, and not finding it easy in these wet conditions on track here in Vereeniging Kart Circuit. EKC and V-Town synonymous with great kart action in the past, and some more here today, there's no doubt about that. As they come down into the short straight towards Tolkien Corner, 1 and 2 getting away from this pack. Look at the third pack of karts though. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and that looks like it's it's Declan Jurgens who's slowing down. Jurgens with some problems there, the 63 kart just slowing down in the background, and it looks like he may even be out. 33's moved up into third place, and what a recovery there coming out of Cade Konofsky. Konofsky is up into fourth place, so we said he would be on the podium, and hopefully we got that right on his prediction in the interview at lunchtime. Konofsky trying to close down there on Max Bossoff. Watching in the background though, because he's got Santiago Freid and Rafael de Souza starting to come along for the ride too. Not too far off the back end of this little fight for third. Head out of the triple left-hander now. You can see how much rain we've had down here. There you go, confirmation of the 63 kart out. Declan Jurgens parked on the sideline and battling to get the kart started. He's out the kart and out of the race. Looks like Jurgens is not going to be scoring any points in this one after he finished up in third place in race number 1. Jack Moore doing it all right up front though. Number 1 plate, always a heavy one to have, but with the ability of this young man here today, completing 2 laps in tricky conditions, he's at the front and he's opened up 2.5 seconds over Maddox Mason. Maddox in second place, also with a comfortable margin over Max Bossoff and Cade Konofsky. Konofsky's a 4, Santiago Freid is 5, Rafael de Souza is 6. Aaron Mason is up into 7th, ahead of Franco Gibbard. Oliver Neal after the spinners into 9th, and it's Riley Van Staden in the top 10. Logan Bilar with some problems down in 11th place, but Brody Dowling is out. Ashay Nagura, and as we saw on the sideline, Declan Jurgens out as well. Brody Dowling must have spun out, he's just crossed the line. And Ashay, I think, might still be circulating as well, but yeah, just crossing the line now. They're still circulating, but they're out of the hunt at the front end of the field. The battle right now is sitting down in 4th, 5th and 6th place. Cade Konofsky is leading that pack. Now dropping to 5th, ahead of Santiago and Rafael. Pressure being applied onto the front here for second place. Mason Maddox looking to try and pounce on Bossoff. Aaron Mason, I beg your pardon, not Maddox Mason. Aaron Mason has now got through. Oh, and there's a spin again. Once again, Max Bossoff out of turn number 2. Actually trying to get it going again. Didn't quite get it going off the grass, but watching for oncoming traffic as well. He gets back on track and gets going again, but that's definitely not where he wanted to end up. So Bossoff drops completely out of it. Possibly down into about 10th place there. Leader across the line again for another one. 109.5 becomes a 109.2. to be exact there from Jack Moore. Fastest on track and closing onto the back end of Ashay Nagura in the car number 27. Jack Moore just keeping everything on track, in control. Smooth is what you need here in the wet. No mistakes at this point. Maddox Mason has dropped by the wayside. He's down by about 5 seconds on the leader. He's got a decent margin over second place. And the Mason boys are going to looking to lock out that podium. Back markers now could be a big factor here as we catch Ashay Nagura. Blue flags waving there for Nagura to warn Jack Moore is on his way. That's nicely done. Little thank you there from Moore as he went past Nagura. Giving up some room. Closing down now on Brody Dowling. Brody would have seen the blue flags and realizes that the leader's coming through. Yep, there we go. Done deal. Moves to lapping both 12th and 11th place on track there. Big margin down to second. Open up even more to nearly 6 seconds there between the man in first place, Jack Moore, and Maddox Mason in second. Even bigger gap there between the two Mason boys. Go Kate, says Jodine. Here we go. Thanks, Jodine. He's going as hard as he can. I said he'd just take a little off-track excursion there to see whether he can find some property there for Allegiance to maybe develop later on. But his recovery's been pretty spectacular there into 4th place. He's still fighting hard. It's nice to see Ashay Nagura and Brody Dowling still fighting, even though they're fighting for 10th and 11th place for top 10 honours, and it's still vital and a valuable position to be in. Logan Bilal now also being overtaken and passed by the leader. 1 lap down for him, 1 lap less to do. Coming up into penultimate lap time, about to be completed. 2 corners and a lap to go for our leader. Sort of mid-pack and tail-end battles that the leaders had to negotiate. It's always difficult to come up on a battle like that because you're not quite sure what's going to happen. Are they going to give you room and allow you to get through, or they're going to try and use you as an advantage to get past their fellow competitors? And on top of that, or they're going to just hinder your path to the finish line. Little look over the shoulder there as well, coming out of Logan Bilal. So with wet weather conditions starting to dry out now, and looking at the amount of water on track, we may see a couple of risks being taken by the KZ2 category in the next heat. That's the next heat coming up after this one. You can see that there's a dry line that's definitely formed, but is it dry enough yet for slick tires? Doesn't look like it. Might have to stay on wet weathers for this one and contemplate those kind of decisions a bit later on. To the line though, for the number 1 kart. That is 5 out of 5. What a run here from Jack Moore. He's definitely the man to beat here this weekend and in this championship in 2022 so far. 5 wins out of 5 starts. It's definitely the way you want to be going into the next round of the championship. Look at this little battle to the line. There goes Cade. Has he been able to get through? No, not just yet. Fantastic stuff. Santiago Freyd just getting ahead of Cade Konowski on the last lap for that 3rd spot. So Konowski will be kicking himself thinking, oh, come on. Could have had a 3rd place and a podium there. But Santiago Freyd was going to make it a bit more difficult for him. So that's how we wrap things up here for the 2nd heat of Kid Rock. Bossoff and Oliver Neal will finish up. And that's how things end up at the top end of Kid Rock. Jack Moore, Aaron Mason, ahead of Santiago Freyd, and Cade Konowski, Maddox Mason, just ahead there of Rafael de Souza. Great action coming out of Kid Rock. Up next, and back on track shortly with KZ2.
I think Scott's comms died. Sort of from mid-race he started coming and going. Thank you so much. Cool. Bye.
So welcome back to action here from VKC in Vereeniging. It's the Vereeniging Kart Club, and round 2 action now from the Rock Cup South Africa. And it's race 2 out of KZ2. Coming into this race, Josh Kutzer has taken the lead of the championship ahead of Jason Kutsia. He's now on 130 points after his win in race number 1, and the DNF coming out of Jason Kutsia. Tate Bishop moves up into second place, although he's only in third on the grid there alongside Bjorn Roos with 126 points. And then Jason Kutsia and Shrin Naidu are on equal points for third place in the championship. So some fun and games to be had here for our KZ2 category. Delon Thompson and Josh Kutzer are on the front row, Bjorn Roos and Bishop second, Olivier and Ellerine in third. Pringle and Kutsia starting down in the fourth row of the grid. Will be some work to do for him. JJ Smith and Bryn High, and then it's Nathan Smith and Valdo Seeger with Martin Veed on the last row of the grid on his own sim. 2 warm-up laps here for KZ2. But remember, this is the shifter kart, so shifter class, I should say. And they will be starting from the start line. And of course, it's a standing start for KZ2. Bishop, Ellerine, looking to try and take on Bjorn Roos, Kutzer, Delon Thompson and Carlo Olivier here. Tricky conditions for these karters, that's for sure. It's kind of at that point in time where you could risk getting out there on slick tires if you could warm them up. But the problem right now is to try and get heat into them. Karting Kid 35 from the sideline saying, "Go Bjorn, go Delon." Like to see that. Come on, Bryn, says Eli Vergara, all the way from East London. So we've got a couple of fans from all around the world joining us, as always. We've had people from the UK, we've had people from Germany, we've had people from down under, and I'm sure in a few minutes' time we're going to get a couple of guys from the United States of America joining us as well, as they start to wake up. Right, so they come to the line. It's Kutzer and Thompson the front row. Now, Josh Kutzer had a fantastic start in the first one. It was a terrible start from Jason Kutsia. He misjudged the first start. They went around and took up the good position for the second time, and in that second start he was absolutely stuck on the line in, I think, still in second gear. Hadn't selected the right gear to start things out with. Tate just doing a little readjustment there on his grid position. You can see him just rolling the wheel back to get it into a position that he wants to start from. But Josh Kutzer's got to do everything right from the start line here if he can. We stand by now for Heat 2 from KZ2. Championship stands 130 for Kutzer. Tate Bishop 126. And Jason Kutsia and Shrin Naidu both on 102. That's how tight it is. Shrin Naidu's not got back onto track here for the second heat. So it looks like there could be a problem there for him in terms of KZ2. But we've got a green flag at the back and we're about to go racing. Revs pick up. Two-stroke picks up, and it's another terrible start from that second position on the grid. Great start coming through there. Is that Bjorn Roos? Yes, it is. Bjorn Roos is at the front, and he's now fighting it out as they go into turn 1. And a massive splash through turn 1. Oh, wow. Don't go on the inside of turn 1. There's a huge puddle there. And let me tell you something. That's exactly what Josh Kutzer just felt. A huge amount of roost there from his Paralympic teammates as they went out of turn 1. So Roos getting off the line and absolutely dominating here at his home track. It looks like he might be the man to beat here in these conditions. Watch the inside line being taken there from the 61 of Kutzer using the curbs. Don't want to be using them too much. You want to put a wheel onto that curb. It could spin you out. Tate Bishop in third. Great start coming out of Jason Kutsia, who's up to fourth. So he's not going to hold back here to try and make up the ground he lost in race number 1. But it's Roos who leads things out and controls things from the front right now. Kutsia diving on the inside, trying to find a way through there on his fellow Cape Townian. Can't find it just yet, though. As they complete that first lap, it's Delon Thompson who's dropped back. Absolute nightmare start there for Delon Thompson. And not a great one for Nathan Smith either, who's stuck on the sideline. Trying to avoid the inside line through turn 1. As you can see, everybody now realizing there's a massive big puddle on that inside line. Tate Bishop squeezes through and gets ahead. And Kutzer gets the motor down 1. So Bishop up in a second. Kutzer tries to come back at him almost instantaneously. He has a big look. Can't quite make a stick. Here's Tate Bishop trying to go around the outside. Find the inside tuck as they go into, the exit of the triple left-hander. Ruiz saw him coming, gave him a little bit of room, but only enough to allow him through, and no one else. So Bjorn Ruiz now goes on the attack for Tate Bishop, who now leads out. Ruiz in second. Oh, using the curbs. Oh, and he's clipped. Yes, he's clipped out Jason Kutsia. Kutsia gets clipped as they come out there. Ruiz is spun out by the looks of things. And is that Josh Kutzer who's come across the line as well? Yes, he has. Coming through there. Tate Bishop, Josh Kutzer. It's Joseph Ellerine up in the third place, and Jason Kutsia and Bjorn Ruiz coming together. He came out there, and the RKT man trying to get his kart going again. It looks like he's got it going again, but he's now a long way down. Michael Pringle and Carlo Olifia having a little fight just behind that as well, but watch out this, as we see now the front end starting to heat up. Bishop leads out. 56.5 from Tate Bishop on that first lap, and Josh Kutzer doing 57.5, almost a second slower due to his having to take evasive action as he saw his stablemate and RKT driver Bjorn Ruiz clipping Jason Kutsia. They head down into Tolkien Corner now, and these two now trying to open up a bit of a margin over Joe Ellerine and Bryn High. Bryn High up into fourth place. Eli Bagara will be happy about that. He'll come across the line and complete another lap. Remember, this is a 12-lapper. The shifter kart's in full flight here. And Tate Bishop controlling things from the front at this stage. The pressure being applied from Kutzer. Kutzer was there all race long in race 1. He dived through in the closing stages to take the victory. He's not going to wait for the closing stages. He's going now. Dives up the inside and gets ahead. So it's now Kutzer ahead of Bishop. As they change it up again. Bjorn Ruiz is back on track. He's down in 10th place. A huge margin to climb now, and I don't think he's going to get into the front end of this one or even come close to it unless something dramatic happens with the front couple of runners. At this stage, though, it's Tate Bishop, Kutzer, Joseph Ellerine, and Bryn High, your top 4. Battle for first and second, though, heating up here dramatically. Here comes Bishop on the inside, has a big look. Cosmic Chassis taking on the Paralyn machine, and they go out of the final corner almost side by side. Kutzer hangs on, keeps Bishop at bay for now. Sliding out of Peterson chicane. Into turn 1, though. There you go. Bishop comes back at him. Oh, now side by side. Down towards turn 2. Kutzer's got the advantage of the inside line, but he only had a small advantage at that. Coming out of 2 into the triple left-hander now. 3, 4, and 5. This is phenomenal kart action here from KZ2. Kind of what we expected with these tricky conditions. There's no doubt about the race action that was going to come out of VKC today with the weather conditions and the rain that's been thrown in for the mix. Coming up on the back markers as well. Looks like that's Nathan Smith he's catching. Yes, it is. Wow, and Nathan Smith got out of shape as well there, big time. Trying to avoid the quicker karts coming through. He didn't realize how quickly they were coming out, and he spun again. So another lap completed of this 12. Coming into the Peterson chicane. Oh, here we go. Oh, Kutzer made a mistake. Kutzer makes a big mistake, puts the wheels on the dirt, and that allows the door to open up wide for Tate Bishop. Bishop hits the front now. Now, is he going to do what the youngsters were saying earlier on in the interviews? Get your head down and go. Tate Bishop would love to do that, but look at the return. Almost instantaneously, right back underneath the exhaust pipe there of the leader. Josh Kutzer's small mistake didn't cost him a huge amount of time. It's about half a kart length now, and he's already attacking. Kutzer and Bishop putting on a show you of notes. Brilliant race action here between the Cosmic and Paralyn chassis. And it's Kutzer looking to get back ahead of Tate Bishop. Bishop now using this as an opportunity to do a bit of a warm-up. Oh, and there's a dive from Kutzer. He waited for the cutback, and he got the cutback time to perfection. Leads as he crosses the line now at the halfway stage. 6 done and 6 to go. He runs wide again onto the curbs. Bishop around the outside, trying to come back at him. This is phenomenal kart action here between these two. A little look over the shoulder there from Kutzer just to realize that Bishop's on his outside. Watch for Bishop trying to get the drive. Slightly wider line and a late apex on the exit there. will give him drive into the triple left-hander to try and overtake him maneuver, but he's not close enough. Kutzer saw that coming and put the hammer down. Not going to give any room here for Tate Bishop. 0.150 as they crossed the line the last time. There's hardly anything in it between them, but it's a lot bigger gap here between Kutzer and Bishop on this next pass. Looks like Nathan Smith is parked on the sideline there on the exit of Tolkien Corner. Here comes Bishop trying to return the favour. Bishop crosses the line now and he's lost half a second to Josh Kutzer, who leads things out here. Kutzer looking for another victory to try and cement a decent margin over Tate Bishop. There's only 4 points in it between them in the championship now as they head into the third heat, if this is how it finishes up. Absolutely brilliant stuff here between these guys. So Kutzer from Tate Bishop. Long way down to Pringle, who's now in the 3 spot. Triple left-hander becomes a double right-hander. And right now, it's anybody's game here between these two. Kutzer is trying to control things, but Bishop is not letting him have his own way. Bishop is making him have to work as hard as he can here. Starting to clip curbs again. Small mistakes coming out of Josh Kutzer again as he clips the curbs. Coming out of Tolkien Corner. 8 down, 4 to go. Kutzer from Bishop. Pringle, Oliver. Carlo Olipier, I should say. There in the 4th spot, all on his own. Just behind him is Bryn High for the top 5. And Delon Thompson still in 6th place, but he'll be kicking himself after making a mistake earlier on in the race. Getting involved in some of the fracas that happened as they started to jostle for positions. No worries at all here for these two. The one worry that Tate Bishop has got is he doesn't seem to have the late race pace that Josh Kutzer is getting out of that parallel. He heads down into the final corner again to complete lap number 9. 3 quarters done. 1 to go. Into Peterson chicane coming up on back markers. One of those back markers would possibly be Dylan JJ Smith. And I think that's who they're closing in on. Waldo Seeger a little bit up the road. Martin Bede is into the top 8 there. Nice run there from the man who has done superbike racing, hill climbing, and you name it this year. The battle for 1 and 2 continues here for honours in KZ2 Race 2. If you've just joined us from all around the world, big welcome to you guys. Hope you're enjoying all the action. They are putting on a phenomenal battle here, and it's kind of petered out slightly here. Bishop, as I said, just doesn't seem to have the late race pace. Or maybe his wet weather tyres are starting to feel the effects now of a full race and some hectic banging of handlebars and wheels in these karts in the early stages of race 2. Josh hanging on. 33 has been overtaken now. That was JJ Smith. Giving some room there to Tate Bishop to get through unhindered. Is it enough? I don't think it is. I don't think Tate Bishop's got an answer here to Josh Kutzer's pace. Josh, the boss, doing everything right here. With the 35 points he's going to score here, he's going to move to 165. The 52 points will get him, it's going to be a little bit of a higher margin he's got over his fellow compatriot by the end of this one. Final lap has started for Josh Kutzer. Amazing bit of action here, coming up on some back markers. Voldo Seeger just getting out the way, allowing the RKT man to go through. Josh, you're doing such a good job here to stay out of harm's way. He had a bit of a mistake in the mid-pack. Delon Thompson just set the fastest lap of the race, a 51.4 from him, down in 6th place on the last lap. Imagine what he could have done a little bit higher up in the race if he'd been there. Checkered flag about to come out though. 165 points now in the hands of Josh Kutzer. 158 points in the hands of Tate Bishop as they come across the line to complete the lap or the race in first and second place. Michael Pringle gets some nice points there as well. He scores a little 30 points. He's into 53 in total in his opening campaign for 2022. Carlo Olivier will finish up in fourth ahead of Bryn High. Delon Thompson in sixth place. And let's have a look and see at the unofficial results there. Josh Kutzer will take it. And he will win out over Tate Bishop and Michael Pringle. Carlo Olivier in third ahead of Bryn High. Delon Thompson in sixth. Bjorn Roos in seven after that big touch between himself and Jason Kutsia. And once again, Jason Kutsia with another DNF here today. That is huge for this championship because Kutsia came into this round leading the championship by 7 points. So he's lost out dramatically here with a DNF in race 1. And after that crash in race 2, another DNF here in race 2. We'll be back shortly with more action from Heat 3 from Mini Rock. So we're back into Heat 3 here on the final heat of Mini Rock. Big field of competitors out on track for their final heat of the day. And already some spinners, or some problems there for the 99. James Nash with some issues coming out of the start gates, and something went wrong. Look at all the moms and dads and mechanics jumping in there to try and help out the youngster to get him back on track. It's been the sort of sight of the day, and certainly the way things have changed up here from a national championship karting point of view is seeing how the teams are rallying together to try and get cars on track. Look at the front row. Sebastian Diaz, who's taken 2 victories here today, and will be looking for another one. He's alongside Riachile Spice Maiola. And looks like problems for the 67 kart as well. Aidan Beaumont having to get assistance back on track. They've got 2 warm-up laps, so they can still form up in those warm-up positions. But let's see how we go as we get into second row. Luke Hill, Matteo Mason, Keegan Beaumont and James Nash, Sebastian Himon and Emma Dowling, Josh Moore and Chase Carty, Jack Moore and Kaylin Patel, Caleb Moss and Ewan Fenter. It's William Marshall, who starts right at the back there. Now remember, coming into this round, with Ethan Lennon not making it to this championship round of round 2, William Marshall was actually leading the championship coming into this one. Kart 20 with some problems out on track as well. There's a lot of guys there. That's Angelo Bracchini with some problems, having to get his kart back onto the circuit if he can. Things not going according to plan here for a lot of these karters. And they're realizing that the gamble time is now on. Some of these guys are going to be looking to get out there on slicks, as DeLon Thompson did in the previous heat there for the KZ2s. That was the reason he was able to get in those hot laps at the end of the race. DeLon Thompson taking the gamble and chucking a set of slicks on as opposed to wet weather tyres. I think a lot of these karts will be on the slick tyres right now because there is a complete dry line at almost every part of the track. You don't want to risk slowing yourself down. Maybe take the first couple of laps as they go for one more warm-up lap. They're not in formation, so they're being told that they've got one more warm-up lap to sort things out before they go racing. I think they're racing, to be honest with you. These guys all think they're racing. I don't know if they saw the COC on the sideline telling them, no, hang on a second, guys. We're not racing. We're not racing. This is definitely not a start. I can hear frantic radio activity behind me saying, slow them down. We did not get a start. So they've realized that, and now they will try to form up again. Watch out for Riachile Mayula. Spice is his nickname, and he's spicy when it comes to racing as well, because he's come from the back of the field in race number 1 to finish up in 10th. He came from 10th to finish up in 5th in race 2. And now let's see what he can do here in race number 3 as he starts from the front row. It's a more usual position for him to be in. Not quite sure what went wrong in qualifying for him to start at the back of the pack. But now that they've got that Team Gazoo racing machine of his sorted out, watch out for his progress. Luke Hill is behind him with Matteo Mason looking to pounce as well as they get into this third and final heat of Mini Rock. James Nash, Keegan Beaumont, then Emma Dowling and Sebastian Himon, Chase Carty and Josh Moore. And now are going to wait to get into their formation. Just trying to get a little bit of extra heat into the rubber there, right with the closing bits of this track. Not going to risk heading into the Peterson chicane and into turn 1 without any heat in the rubber. Right, so they're now in formation. Last bit of weaving there coming out of Diaz. Slots in and gets behind the man in front of him. That is Riachile Mayula. Dropping the hammer, and wow, right across the nose comes Sebastian Diaz. Diaz giving no one a chance there to get the whole shot from him. And as they come into turn 1, it's Diaz now from Spice. Spice is up in a second. Sebastian Diaz, he can try and control things from the front end. Moving up into third place there, Luke Hill. Behind Luke Hill, good start as well out of the 4 kart. That's Josh Moore. Much better start there from Josh Moore. He started a bit further down than that. He made up about 4 or 5 positions up into turn 1 and 2. He's right on Luke Hill's tail now as he comes through. We're going to close things down. This is a 10-lapper, remember, and 10 laps of these guys going at it. Over 20 karts on track. Drying conditions, but there's still a few little wet patches that they're going to have to be aware of. You cannot afford to get onto those wet patches, particularly on slick tyres. Across the line, another lap. That is 1 of 10 done. Josh Moore, Caleb Moss, Jack Moore, Sebastian Himon, Chase Carty, and Keegan Beaumont your top 10. Top 3 is Sebastian Diaz, Riachile, and Luke Hill. Problems there for Josh Moore, being hounded by the 88 of Caleb Moss. Moss looking to try and squeeze through, but can't find a way just yet. Great little fight here between Riachile and the front end. Luke Hill under a bit of pressure now, as you can see. Mason applying pressure. Mateo is all over the back end there of Luke. Hill soaking it up there in the Ralph Schumacher chassis. Mason's in the parallel. Love the way they've done that helmet design on his helmet. Big Ayrton Senna fan by the looks of things there, because he's got the Ayrton Senna Brazilian helmet design from the back, but the front end is all his. Diaz, Maula, Luke Hill, Mason and Moore. That is your top 5. That's the gaps below that you can see. Mason diving on the inside. Mateo's through, up into 3rd place. Yellow flags down into turn 1. Into turn 2, I beg your pardon. Must be a spinner coming out of turn 1 and 2. Definitely got some kind of issue there. The karts on the sideline there, just on the right-hand side of that shot there. There they are. 1, 2, 3, 4 karts out. Wow. One of them is the 16 kart. That is Manalese and Como. Looks like it might be the 36 kart as well. Yes, it is. 36 with some problems too. 48 is another one. 48, William Marshall. Oh, championship leader coming into this round. Other than Ethan Lennon, who didn't make it here, Marshall has had an absolute nightmare here today, and he's off track again. Troy van der Laan might be the 3rd kart involved there as well. So we've got double waved yellows and waved yellow flags into turn 3, 4 and 5 after a big incident there. Leader's heading there right now. Diaz doing everything right. Staying up and in control of this race. 2nd place is in the hands of Spice, Maula, Mateo Mason and Luke Hill just on his tail. Mason looking to pounce here as well. Not too far off the back end as they come out of the triple left. Into 6 and 7. It looks like Ria Chile might be in a bit of trouble here. Mateo Mason is applying a huge amount of pressure onto the Gazoo Racing man. Here they come. Flying across the line and completing another lap in anger. Sebastian Diaz opening up 1.9 seconds now over 2nd place. Ria Chile, Spice, Maula and Mateo Mason. Luke Hill waiting to pick up the pieces in case anything goes wrong between those two. Absolutely brilliant stuff down towards turn 2. Here they come. Battle for 2nd is raging. Yellow flag still waving into 3, 4 and 5, so no overtaking allowed there. Oh, yo. Luke Hill will be thinking, hang on a second. If he makes a mistake, I'm sure I'm allowed to overtake him, but he backed out of it. Discretion, the better part of valor right there, from Luke Hill's point of view. Spice now in amongst the back markers. Apologies for that. Little frog in the throat after the action that we've seen here in this action. Well, as the throat goes a bit haywire, the action doesn't. Still continued action here in amongst the back markers now as Ria Chile hangs on for that 2nd place, just staying ahead of a hard charge from Mateo Mason. Mason had a look on a few occasions, didn't quite make a stick, but tried to use the back markers to his advantage. And just wasn't able to make it through. Ria Chile hangs on for 2nd. Diaz up the road and controlling things. There he is. So Diaz looking for a perfect weekend here. That's just trying to get a little bit of lubrication on the throat. I don't know what happened there, but an ice cold Coke will definitely do the job. as Spice is into the mix there with Matteo Mason. That's much better. Thanks, Evs. That's much better. Let me use that. Here we go. Mason having a look now. Can Riahile keep him out? It's not going to be an easy one, but it might be a horrible one. He's got to try and make a move here with only 2.5 laps to go. So Spice is in the mix here with Mason. Mason has a look. Not there into Tolkien. Maybe going to wait a little bit later. Setting things up here for the final corner. Watch for a dive on the inside. No, he's not close enough. I don't know how much closer you need to be to make an overtaking maneuver. But you can see just how hard Matteo Mason is pushing. Luke Hill's behind that, and he's been closed down rapidly there by Keegan Beaumont. Keegan Beaumont having a great finish to this third and final heat. Sebastian Diaz with these 2 wins. Certainly going to move himself into the front end of this championship by the end of this one. Riahile has had a fantastic recovery. As I said, in the first heat was down in the back of the grid in 23rd, came to 10th. In the second from 10th to 5th, and now is into contention for a podium. Whether it's going to be second or third, we'll have to still wait and see. As they head into Tolkien one more time. Back markers are definitely going to play a role here, potentially for Matteo Mason. He's going to try and use them to his advantage if he can, to have a go here at Maula. Final lap. Here we go. There you go. Matteo Mason ducking on the inside. He's got him. Set it up. He went wide, but here comes Spice straight back at him. Oh, they come right across. Literally across the entire road of the back straight. Mason hangs on. How did he hang on to that one? Riahile tried to come back at him, and he just shut the door and kept closing it. And he would not let that car through at all. So Mason up in a second there, into the closing stages. 3.5 corners to go. Watching for our leader, Sebastian Diaz, to hit the checkered flag. The 26-25 kart going to be looking for the win. Riahile coming through into Tolkien corner. That is the leader to the checkered flag, and he's got it. 35, brilliant stuff there for him. Points scored. And now to the line. Oh, it's so close. Wow, Mason just hanging on. Matteo Mason gets second place ahead of Riahile Maula. Luke Hill in 4th place there for the Ralph Schumacher team. Chase Carty in 5th. Beaumont is 6th. 7th is Josh Moore. Caleb Moss in 8th. Jack Moore in 9. And Chapang Sinsanwana comes through for 10th place. Emma Darling just outside of the top 10. Great drive there from the young lady. But that's going to open things up in this championship a little bit, let me tell you. We don't have Ethan Lennon here, so that's no points scored for him. No points scored for William Marshall in the second 2 races of the day. Matteo Mason, oh, what a finish there. He gets the 3rd place and the 2nd place. Gosh, that gives him 32 points. So things opening up here dramatically, but the way things finished up there, Piers, Matteo and Riahile are top 3. There is the bottom 11. And of course, Luke Hill, Carty, Beaumont and Moore ahead of Moss, Jack Moore and Chapang Sinsanwana. Emma Dowling and Aidan Beaumont are your top 12. Watch out into the second half of that. It was amazing to see, but look out for the championship as well, because that has now opened up a massive margin for Sebastian Diaz. There is 13th place Fenta, Brakini into 14 ahead of Himan, and then it was Patel, De Silva and William Marshall with a DNF. Rujugio also with a problem as well, unfortunately, there for him. And you can see that's how things are going to finish up there for the final heat of Mini Rock. Up next, we're heading into Bambinos for their 3rd and final heat. And it's pretty tight in that championship as well after a wet race in race number 2. Taylor Hill leads them out as the Bambinos make their way back onto the track now for their third and final heat here at round number 2 of the Rock Cup South Africa Championships. We're going to be watching out for, of course, young Noah Cronje to make his way to the back, or from the back to the front, after a DNF in race number 2. And a couple of karts that also had some issues there, of course, were Boipelo Motleche, and watch out for his return to the front end as well. But more importantly is the fact that the championship has changed up in terms of the lead. Diego Antunes has now taken the lead of that championship on 157 points. Zach Boshoff is into second place on 148, and Noah Cronje in third on 140, starting from 6th place on the grid. So they now wait to get round behind Taylor Hill. Taylor Hill, of course, they're running for the Ralph Schumacher team. Just seeing her brother Luke in action, and also getting some information thanks to that from Garth Waberski. The reason why Ethan Lennon wasn't here is he's racing overseas at the moment, doing some international duties in Italy. So we wish him all the very best, but I'm sure he'll be back in time for the third round of the championship down at the awesome circuit of Idubi, and that's on the 8th and 9th of July. So if you are in the KwaZulu-Natal area and you want to see some kart action, it's not a bad place to go and watch it from, there on the side of the hill at Idubi Kart Track. So pace kart with Taylor Hill. If you get a chance and you are here, if you ever get a chance to see Taylor Hill's kart, the modifications they've done there for that young lady is pretty impressive. She's got absolutely no feeling in her feet at all, and she goes on the sight and sound of the kart. So her boots are actually strapped into the pedals of that kart to allow her to race and to pedal that Ralph Schumacher chassis around in front of this field of Bambinos. Here we go, into turn 1, and Peterson chicane is where the action's going to start. Chopping and changing, looking for the whole shot is the 13 kart of Ben Gibbard. He takes the whole shot ahead of DeVette. DeVette now under pressure almost instantaneously from number 66, and what a start there from the 66 kart. A couple of guys in the background starting to shuffle around a bit as well, including Noah Cronje. Cronje coming through rapidly. Good start from 18 as well, as we're seeing left and right looks there from Boipelo. Boipelo trying to keep out the intentions there from Noah Cronje. Cronje diving on his inside into turn 4. Gets through on the exit of, the entrance of turn 4, out of turn 3, and he's up in a 3rd place. So 2 more karts, and we'll see Noah at the front end. He's trying to get there as quickly as possible. Running wide there from DeVette. DeVette trying to keep out Noah Cronje's. Oh, in the background, I think we've got a spinning. Yeah, we've got a couple of spinners in the background. A couple of karts have spun out there in the background, but of course we've got a long shot just, so we'll pick up on them shortly. Here they come, down towards... they're back on track though, as they come into the final corner to complete lap number 1. Cronje on the inside, trying to get through there on the 13 kart of Gibbard. Gibbard leads out, DeVette in 2nd. DeVette under big pressure from Noah Cronje as they come out of Peterson chicane, and he loses out. 3rd place for DeVette, 2nd place now for Cronje. Cronje gets good drive onto the back straightaway. Here they come towards turn 1, and out of turn 1 now, along that back straightaway, Cronje hits the front. There you go, Noah Cronje from the back to the front in the space of a lap and a half. Good driving there from the youngster, taking on that Cronje name and flying the flag high, just like his dad and uncle have done in the past. Certainly a talent to watch out for in the future, and to watch right now in Bambino. DeVette applying pressure onto Gibbard. Gibbard soaking that pressure up for now. Last time out it was completely wet conditions, huge rooster tails coming off the wheels as we saw the wheels in the wet, and now it's dry conditions completely, and DeVette still fighting with Ben Gibbard. Benjamin soaking that pressure up, but Luan is applying huge pressure onto the back end of him, looking for a way into Peterson chicane to move up in a 2nd. So leader goes through. Here comes the battle for 2nd. Luan DeVette. Oh man, he's looking dangerous. He is looking very dangerous. Goes on the inside corner and down the back straightaway on that inside line. Is he good enough on the brakes though? Yes, he is. Slots up into second place. Great driving there from De Wet. Gibbard with no answer. Gibbard will now be watching over his shoulders because right behind him comes Bossoff and Diogo. Diogo Antunes, remember, came into this race 3 in the lead of the championship. He's down in 5th. Zach Bossoff is in 4th, his championship rival, who was 2nd in the championship with the points scored from the first 5 races of the season. Race 6 could see things change around here, possibly back into the advantage of Noah Cronier. Noah from De Wet. Luan there in second place in the 27 kart. 13 is Benjamin Gibbard. 4 and 5 are having a great battle. 55 and 66. Battle of the double numbers there. Zach Bossoff and Antunes. Diego has not found a way through there on Zach just yet, but there is a superb battle running in numerical order right now. But I can tell you right now, Diego wants to change that. He wants that 6-6 in front of the 5-5. Here's a look down into turn 2. Is he close enough? Yes, he is. He certainly is. He gets through there relatively easily and squeezes out the man into 5th place. 55 now down. Zach Bossoff into 5 in the 55 kart. Diego Antunes moves up into 4. And with 4th place, he'll be looking to score 29 points. That might just keep him ahead of Noah Cronier, who leads things out here. Cronier with another lap completed. Halfway stage reached. 4 of 8. little fist bump there coming out of Luan. Love the fact that they're in the middle of the race and he thinks it's done. Luan De Wet in second place with a little fist bump to the marshals as he came across the line. It looks like it's all about Noah Cronier here. Whatever the issue was in the wet on that kart, they've sorted out now for the dry. And he is just doing everything right at this stage to limit the amount of damage to his championship lead that he had coming into this second round of the championship of Rock Cup South Africa. Sparko boys are going to be happy with the performance of the youngster here, that is for sure. As he heads down into Tolkien corner again. And he's opening up almost 7.5, 8 second lead here over Luan De Wet in second. De Wet in second place, having a super run though, and maintains a big gap over Benjamin Gibbard for third. There are the gaps below you. 6.034, 10.3, 11.4 and 12.469. Gibbard is under pressure though, because here comes the 55 of Bossoff. Antunes has got through on him as well, so it looks like Benjamin Gibbard's got a bit of a problem on his kart. Dropping by the wayside as they come through and complete another lap. They're into the second half of the race right now. And Benjamin Gibbard has dropped back, unfortunately, down into 5th place. So battle for 3rd place now becomes the battle for those double figures again. 66 and 55 have not done just yet. Leader already heading into Tolkien. Absolutely no issues whatsoever there for Noah Cronier. Luan De Wet coming out of the double right-hander as 3rd place heads into it. 6 of 8 completed now for Cronier. Noah Cronier completes another superb lap at the front end of Bambino, and look at the gap he's got. Look, you can't even see second place Luan De Wet in the background. He only crosses the line now. Showing what the pace he had in race 1. He's got it back in race 3. Just a little glitch in the matrix there in race 2 with something going wrong on the kart for Noah in the wet. So it's going to be the Sparko man here for a possibility of a 3rd win, or 3rd race win I should say. It'll be his 2nd win of the day. It'll be 5 out of 6 in this championship. Not a bad run here whatsoever from this young man. I said, looking forward to seeing what the future holds for this young karter. Will he go the rally route? Will he go the single-seater route? Will he go the saloon car route? It's going to be awesome to watch his progress in his career. Final lap there for him. As Cronje starts that one out, De Wet heads into the final corner. Nuan De Wet still in for the shot of a second, and still a possibility of an overall podium for him as well. Zach Boshoff in third, ahead of Antoinez. Diego Antoinez could possibly hang on to the lead of the championship, and only just. Going into round 3 on the 9th of July at Edubi. Should be interesting stuff. Antoinez in fourth though. Has to get ahead of Zach Boshoff if he can. So Noah's going to get 140. And he'll add another 35 points to the 140 points he's already scored, which will now give him 175 points. Is that going to be enough to take the lead of the championship? Or is Diego Antoinez's fourth place going to keep him at the front? Checkered flag is out though. The win is done for Noah Cronje. He's happy about that. Nuan De Wet is going to get some more points, and valuable points there for himself as well, with another 32 points in the bag. 94 scored in his opening account. And then it is Zach Boshoff who hangs on ahead of Antoinez. So Zach Boshoff scores himself a 30. And it's a nice move there from Diego and Antoinez to get the 29 for fourth. So there you go. Bambino's done and dusted for this one. Let's have a look and see how those points tally up. If we go to Zach on 148, Zach also will score another 30, 178. So it looks like he actually might move into the lead. And that's a nice little finish there. Cronje, De Wet, Boshoff, Antoinez, Gibbard, Boipelo, and Omolemo there for 6th and 7th place at the end of Bambino's race 3. We're coming back to you shortly, of course, with final race action from the OKJ class as they get ready to go. Also just confirmation of the results there from the championship side of things for Bambino. Going into Edubi now on unofficial results, of course. Diego Antoinez takes the lead of the championship on 186 points ahead of Zach Boshoff, who will be on 178, and Noah Cronje on 175. So a little bit of work to do now for the man who's taken 5 victories here in the first 6 races of 2022. There you can see in the pre-race area our OKJ category waiting to come out. We'll be back shortly with action from them on track. As you join us here for OKJ, looks like the day has gone from bad to worse there for Mallory. Mallory Mabunda having to be pushed back into the pit lane as his, looks like the spare cart that he was in there, also not firing like it should be. And some problems there for Mallory Mabunda. And you saw his brother, of course, up the road. He's sitting currently in 3rd place in the championship, Casey Ensel-Smith with the perfect season so far, 5 out of 5 for him. He's on 175 points scored, and he's also on pole position ahead of Vian Boshoff. Taya van der Laan has moved up into second place in the championship, and she's on 151. And then it's Intermission Mabunda on 120, and Divya Naidu there in fourth place on 115. We'll watch for how things turn around here in this third and final heat, and possibly how they're going to be heading into Idubi for the third round of the championship. Casey has been untouchable today. Taya van der Laan only put one glitch in his matrix, and that was the fact that she got the whole shot into turn 1 in race 1. But she now starts from the second row of the grid. And it's going to be Vian Boshoff who will try and spoil the day a little bit there for Casey Ensel-Smith, and possibly spoil the chances of the only man for taking 6 out of 6. Here they come into the tram lines and ready to go. Hammer time and into turn 1. It is the chicane that Gary Peterson's name is on, and it's all about Casey Ensel-Smith again. Vian Boshoff into second. Taya van der Laan under pressure already from Intermission. Oh, and he forces her wide off the track and into the grass, into the tyre barrier. Mabunda was a little bit rough coming out of turn number 1, forcing Taya van der Laan off the track completely. And she's now stuck after hitting the tyre barrier. And looks like she might be a little bit shaken up there. That was a big one there for the young lady. We'll try and get a replay of that one as soon as we can. But there was a big maneuver there from Intermission Mabunda to try and squeeze through and get ahead. He hasn't quite got into the position he wanted. It's Christopher Tate who's got through on him. Yeah, definitely Mabunda, the protagonist there, forcing young Taya van der Laan onto the grass and then into the tyre barrier. So Boshoff in second, Tate is in third, Divya Naidu is in fourth, Mallory Mabunda and Intermission Mabunda 5 and 6 on track. So they've got Mallory back onto the circuit, but Taya van der Laan is stuck and stricken on the sideline, might be out of this one. It was a strong move, and it was maybe a little bit too strong there from Mabunda's point of view. Just from what I saw from the outside, forcing Taya into an outside off-track excursion that ended up her hitting the tyre barrier. As they come through to complete another lap, now we concentrate on the battle for the lead here, as Vian Boshoff is applying the pressure onto Casey Ensel-Smith. First time we've seen some real pressure being put onto Casey Ensel-Smith there from Boshoff's point of view. And he's now all over the back of him looking for a way through. Only 0.8 of a second off on the, or 0.2 of a second off I should say, on the last pass across the line. So there's definitely a lot more pressure coming here from Vian Boshoff than what we've seen all race weekend long. Boshoff's had a second place, and he's had a fourth place as well. You can see our medical team there, the Marburn medical team, just checking up on Taya, making sure she's okay. She's a tough young lady, and she has to be if you're fighting with boys in this class. This OKJ class is a very competitive category. She'll be fighting hard next weekend at the Extreme Festival, remember, down in Quebec, in her Formula 1600 for the InvestChem Formula 1600 Championship. We'll bring you all of that action as well here, courtesy of Up to 60 Seconds and Two Wheels TV. We'll bring you race action from the Aldo Scribanti circuit next weekend. But as we concentrate on what's going to happen here for OKJ in the final stages of race 3, it's Boshoff that I'm watching with bated breath, because he's matching Casey Ensel-Smith literally lap for lap here, and maybe hanging on for a bit later on to have a go. Once again, it's great to see this live stream action courtesy of Allegiance Properties, Fleet Dynamics Group, Grand Prix Store, our team from Sales Switch and from Silvercrest Insurance, bringing you all the race action here this weekend on our live stream feed. There we go. As they go flat out into the triple left-hander again. Looks like it might be Casey Ensel-Smith just turning the wick up slightly. 48.2s as opposed to 48.3s behind him. So he's got a slight advantage over Vion right now. Nice fight for third as well, starting to heat up a bit more between Chris Tate and Divyan Naidu. Divyan definitely looking for a chance to up his chances in this championship. With Intermission behind him, he could be moving up into third. Taya out of this one could drop out of the championship, but it could bring in Vian Bosov into a tighter battle, because remember, he's out for the first time this weekend. He missed the Cape Town round, so he'll be certainly looking to open up his account here this weekend with 3 good finishes. And right now it's literally gone from 4th to 2nd, and possibly still 2nd here for the second heat, for the 3rd heat, I beg your pardon. 3 and 4 opening up slightly now. I think Chris Tate realized that there was a maneuver coming from Divyan, and he's also just turned his pace up slightly, trying to open up a bit of a margin that he can control a bit easier from that point in time. 6 of 15 completed, 9 to go. Into turn 2 they go. And moving into the triple left-hander. Still no answer yet from Vian Bosov. Is he waiting till later on the race? He's just gone quickest. 48.165 from Vian Bosov in 2nd place. So he is the man on the move. And he's trying to close that gap down. To close down is easy. To get past Casey Ensel-Smith might not be as easy. Chris Tate 3. 4 is Divyan Naidu. Mallory Mabunda still ahead of Intermission Mabunda. So I wonder what's going on there. Nzalo Koza down in the 7th space. Well, Bosov seems to have lost that gap again. He's gone down to 0.7 with a 47.6 coming out of Casey Ensel-Smith. That's why. Ensel-Smith just lighting the track up here. We got yellow flags into 3, 4 and 5. Has somebody spun out in 3, 4 and 5. Just looking to see maybe some remnants of something that's happened through there. Can hear the radios going frantically through that one as well. I didn't see anything through the first part or second part of the track in that section. But certainly some yellow flags waving, which means no overtaking. And that's halfway stage done and dusted. 7 laps still to go. And yeah, I don't think Vion's got an answer here. 47.6 out of Casey Ensel-Smith. Just maintaining his lead now. And controlling the gap that he's opened up between himself and Vian Bosov for 1st and 2nd. It really is nicely done here between these karters. They really are putting on a superb show of what to do. Changeable conditions all day long. Dry race 1, wet race 2, dry race 3. Ensel-Smith not even hindered. Battle for 3rd and 4th now, starting to heat up again between Tate and Naidu. Just Tate starting to feel a bit more pressure there from Divyan Naidu. And Naidu is applying a bit more pressure as I say that. Old and new Tony Kart colours there on those 2 chassis. Running slightly different livery, but the same chassis, of course, there underneath those 2 drivers. And Tate and Naidu going to put on a big fight here for the final spot on the podium. There they go. Back down to Tolkien again and into that right-hander, left-hand flick. And into the final corner to start another one. 9 down, 6 to go. Kid Rock starting to make their way in the background. You can see up towards the pre-race area. We got 2 more races after this one. Kid Rock and KZ2. Still a yellow flag into turn number 3 and 4. So it must be Mallory Mabunda who had a problem there, because he's dropped down out of the contention into 7th and got a red saying he's in the pit lane. So I would say Mallory Mabunda could possibly be the man who was in trouble there out of 3, 4 and 5. Casey Ansel Smith. Absolutely perfect day in the saddle today for him. He's done such a good job here today, has KC. It's going to be well worth the effort that's been put in there from his side to keep him at the top end of the championship, heading to round 3 at Idubi on the 9th of July. And we've still got a final round at Swartkops on the 10th of September as well here for Rock Cup South Africa. Jan Boshoff is also going to be happy with his opening account, that is for sure. .83 points scored in his first outing. Won't be too shabby if he finishes up in second place. Boshoff will be happy with that. Beg your pardon, as they go into round 3. Vivian Naidu is going to be scoring the 30 points there, of course, for third place. If he stays where he is, ahead of Chris Tate now. Now he's got ahead of him. Third and fourth change up. There's confirmation of that. So it is Vivian Naidu who's moved up into the 3 spot. Ahead now of Chris Tate. Going to be Intermission Mabunda. We'll have to keep an eye out on where he's going to finish up and how he scores here for his third and final heat. He's got 150, so he would have been in the third place. Taya van der Laan with the DNF is going to drop her out of contention, unfortunately, there, for a good finish for the race day. No worries at all here for Casey Ansel Smith. Team Gazoo Racing going to be happy with the performance of their man. Bunda's going to finish up in 5th. So that's going to move him up back into second place in the championship there for Intermission. As they cross the line, checkered flag is out. Ansel Smith with the perfect season so far, 210 points scored, 6 out of 6 races. Lovely stuff. Mabunda come through for 5th place, but that will move him up back into second place in the championship, and it'll bring Chris Tate into 3rd with 145. No, it won't, just beg your pardon, it'll move into 4th place, because Taya will still stay in 3rd place on her 150 points scored, 151 points scored there for this championship. So there you go, Ansel Smith, Boshoff, Naidu, Tate, Mabunda, and Corsa. And it's Mallory Mabunda in 7th place. Championship, unofficially, of course, will be Casey Ansel Smith on 210. Intermission Mabunda on 178. Taya van der Laan on 150. And Chris Tate, that is, in 4th place on 145. Up next, back into action from our Kid Rock category. And that's our second last race of the day. Once again, a massive thanks to Allegiance Properties Fleet Dynamic Group, the Grand Prix Store, Sales Switch, and Silvercrest for all of this action here from Vereeniging Kart Circuit, just outside of Johannesburg in Gauteng, South Africa. We're on the Highveld. It's been a cool and wet day all day long. Fortunately, the rain has gone away, and we have a nice dry circuit to go and play on now for the third and final heat of Kid Rock as they make their way out onto the circuit once again. The 17 kart there, Kate Konofsky being helped out by, of course, Jared Ray, and he'll be looking to improve as he did in race number 2, finishing up a really great day in the saddle there into 4th place for Kate Konofsky. And of course, now with drier conditions, let's see what the front end of this field can do to provide us with another fantastic battle. Aaron Mason is on pole ahead of Jack Moore. It's Maddox Mason and Ashay Nagura who will be there behind in the second row. Santiago Freyd and Kate Konofsky there in the third row. Oliver Neal and Brody Dowling ahead of Rafael de Souza and Max Boshoff. Logan Bilal ahead of Franco Gibbard and Riley van Staden. Hopefully Riley van Staden has got that kart sorted out. He really has battled with a bit of a misfire all day long. And let's see if he's got that sorted out now for race number 3. They get 2 warm-up laps here, just to get a bit of heat into the rubber. Coming into this race after 5 races completed. And unofficially, of course, the championship looks like this. Jack Moore on 175 points. Maddox Mason in second place on 138. And Aaron Mason on 133. The rest of the championship rivals there looking to get as many points in the bag as they can now in this dry race number 3. Yellow flags being waved already as they come into turn 2, just telling them to slow down, get themselves ready and get themselves into formation for this third and final heat of Kid Rock. Just another great example there as we see the long shot here from our second camera, showing us that there's lots of standing water on the grass on either side of the grey stuff that we go racing on here in V-Town. So please make sure that you don't go off track here, because if you do, you're going to end up in some big muddy conditions. Mason and Moore on the front row. Moore, he's on the outside line. It's not the ideal line to be on as they come down to the start here of Heat 3. Into formation. They'll slot themselves into those tram lines as they come down towards the start. Getting ready to go now for the third and final heat of Kid Rock. Here the revs pick up as they get into those tram lines. Lights out and we're racing down towards turn 1. It is Moore who looks like he's got the whole shot around the outside. He holds onto the inside line into the chicane, forcing a little bit of maneuver there coming out of Aaron Mason. And Mason already under attack, and you can see just how difficult it's going to be for him with Maddox on his tail and Ashay Nagura getting down into turn 2. Maddox Mason trying to get through there early on, but not quite finding the way through just yet as they go into 3, 4 and 5 for the first time. Still some big white smoke out of the back of Riley van Staden's kart. Not quite firing like it should, as I said, but certainly firing hard at this stage is Maddox Mason, looking to try and get through there on the top 2. It is Jack Moore who leads out with the number 1 plate. Easy to spot that man. Not easy to stay in front when you're in the number 1 kart though, especially when you've got a competitive field behind you like we have here in Kid Rock. 3 karts and then a small gap, about 2 kart lengths to the 3, 4 and 5, or 4, 5 and 6 that are on track. Bigger gap now down to 7, 8 and 9. But it's Moore from Mason from Freyd, and then Nagura. Shane Nagura under attack and looking for a way to try and pounce, but look out for Cade Konofsky, who's putting him under pressure as they head down into turn 2. Late braking coming from somebody in the background there. That might have been Nagura just getting through there on Santiago Freyd. Afraid losing out one position now, falling into the clutches of Cade Konofsky. Second place up for grabs here. And it's the Masons who are fighting for it. Maddox looking to dive through now on Aaron. Aaron opens up the door. Maddox takes that opportunity. I'll have that every day of the week. Thank you very much. Now let's go. Let's try and close down here on Jack Moore. Jack Moore absolutely hauling at the front end. Trying to get the gap that's controllable over the two Mason boys. It's half a second at this point. 0.2 down to Aaron in third. A second down to Nagura in fourth. 0.1 to Frade and 0.84 to Konofsky. And the 17th kart there of Cade Konofsky is all over the back end of that battle for 4 and 5. 61 dives through there and hangs on, but it's only a little bit from Santiago Frade, who returns the favor there on his rival in the 27 kart of Ashay Nagura. Nagura under attack now from Konofsky. Konofsky looking to dive through. Konofsky around the outside, chopping and changing there for 4 and 5. That might give him a chance. Oh, a little tap. Little tap on the back end there. Konofsky just has a little tap on the back end there of Ashay Nagura. Behind that, Brody Darling running a bit wide, putting a wheel onto the rumble strip. Here they come to complete another lap. Three laps down. Absolutely nothing in it between this little fight. Super little effort here from Ashay Nagura to keep out Konofsky, to keep out Santiago Frade, and no, keeping out the man out front. Maddox Mason hits the front and slams the door shut firmly in Jack Moore's face. Jack Moore and Maddox Mason going to go at it now for the rest of this one. Is Moore going to try and come back at him almost instantaneously? He is. He's on the inside line out of the exit of the triple left-handers, and he gets through. Mason's going to have to try and find another way past. Didn't quite work out for him through that one. He had a sniff of the front, and then it was taken away from him. Yeah, they come back down to the final corner one more time here for our leaders as they complete the halfway stage. A great little fight here between these two, and one right through the field as well. As we've seen all day long here from Kid Rock, they really have gone all out to provide great entertainment from a karting point of view. Back to the lead for Maddox. Maddox squeezes up and gets ahead. And there you go, straight back again. So Mason is just getting a little whiff of what it's like to be at the front. He just can't cement it and ensure that he gets the lead of the race and stays there. Maybe just testing things out, maybe testing the waters out there as well for his attack later on. They're at the halfway stage. They're about to complete lap 5 of 8. There'll be 3 more attempts, 3 more laps for him to attempt to get through to the lead. Jack Moore seems to have opened up the pace slightly. Let's have a look and see as they cross the line. 58.2 from Jack Moore. Yeah, definitely the fastest his personal best, not the fastest of the race so far, but certainly a personal best there from Jack Moore on that pass. And Maddox Mason not too far off his pace, 58.3. So 1/10 of a second between these two as they fight it out for the lead of Kid Rock Heat 3. Aaron Mason, Cade Konofsky, Santiago Frade. Shane Agura's dropped down to 6th place now with Logan Bilal behind. And it's Brody Dowling, Oliver Neal, and Franco Gibbard, the top 10. But how's this little fight? Absolutely nothing in it here between these two. Jack Moore definitely wants a way back again, but he might just wait a little bit later on the race. Or will he? No, here he goes. Oh, great move. Little block pass into the final corner and makes it stick to cross the line at the lead of the race again with 6 of 8 done. 2 to go. The lead is certainly closest battle on track, but have a look at the one now starting to heat up the third. Here comes Cade Konofsky. Konofsky going to try and dive up the inside in the background there, possibly for third. Oh, he's forcing him wide. Brilliant stuff there from Konofsky. He's got to third. He's moved up ahead of Aaron Mason. So Cade Konofsky now trying to get some more valuable points in the bag as well. Fight for 1 and 2, very good. 3 and 4, just as good. And 57.6 out of Kate Konofsky shows you the kind of pace he's found here in the late part of the race. Jared Ray has set that kart up so that it performs in the closing stages. And it looks like it's going to work to perfection here. Coming down and into the closing stages here, we are 7 of 8 completed. This is going to be a phenomenal finish here on this final lap. Jack Moore just opening up the margin, turns the wick up here on the last lap to keep out Maddox. Aaron is going to try and get back ahead of Kate Konofsky, but Konofsky could possibly spoil his day, could possibly spoil his overall championship as well. It's going to be a phenomenal finish here for these guys. This is going to be the second driver of the day to take a perfect score out of both championship rounds. Jack Moore, 35 points out of 3 races today. In each of those 3, he scored 35. He did that in round 1, and he leaves to Idubi on 210 points scored. What a move there. Maddox Mason will hang on to second place in the championship as well. Kate Konofsky and Aaron Mason are going to be very close for third in that overall championship. But what a great day's racing here from Kid Rock. Brilliant stuff here from our competitors in Kid Rock again. Jack Moore with a perfect weekend again here at round 2. Takes the third and final victory ahead of Maddox Mason, Kate Konofsky, Aaron Mason, Santiago Freid. Logan Bilal finished up in 6th place ahead of Ashay Nagura. It's Brody Dowling ahead of Oliver Neal, Franco Gibbard, Rafael de Souza, and Max Boshoff, your top 12 overall, with Riley van Staden and a DNF there, unfortunately, for Declan Jurgens. We'll be back shortly with our final bit of race action here today from the Rock Cup South Africa, and that will be KZ2 in a few minutes' time. Final bit of race action here from Rock Cup South Africa's round 2 at Vereeniging Kart Circuit. Proudly brought to you by Legion's Properties, Fleet Dynamics, the Grand Prix store. And it's great to have sponsors like Sales Switch and Silvercrest joining them to bring us all the live stream action here today from VKC in V-Town, Gauteng, South Africa. For our final bit of race, big welcome to all of our guests who have joined us here on our live stream. Hope you've enjoyed all the action all day long. This is the last part of it, and it is Delon Thompson on pole position, who risked going out on slick tyres in the wet weather in the last heat. One of the reasons he was the quickest right at the end of the race. And it's moved him up into the pole position ahead of Josh Kutzer, our championship leader coming into this part of this championship. Let's go get it, says Marcel de Beer to Delon. From the top position, it should be hopefully a good effort there from Delon Thompson to stay in that top position. But it's Josh Kutzer who leads the championship by 165 points. Tate Bishop is now into second on 158. Bjorn Roos on 149 is third. And then you've got 105 from Martin Veed. And Jason Kutsia, who came into this round leading the championship, has dropped down to fifth with 2 DNFs in the first 2 heats of racing. Let's see what the Cape Townian can do here in race 3. So Delon Thompson, Josh Kutzer, front row. Tate Bishop, Carlo Olifia, second row. Pringle and High, the third row. Let's stand by now for the action coming out of Heat 3 and our final last 12 laps of kart action from Rock Cup South Africa here in V-Town. There's a start line, remember. They will come to the start line and stop into the tram lines like the rest of the karting fields do. The shifter karts are allowed to have a standing start. So Thompson comes to the line, takes up his pole position. He's followed by Tate Bishop, who's already gone into attack mode. Look at him just positioning the kart with the angle slightly to the left to try and get around Tate if he can. Everybody in their grid positions. We've got a green flag at the back now, and we are good to go. Standing by for the lights on, lights off. We go racing. Oh, and Delon Thompson didn't get a great start at all. It was Bjorn Roos again, I think, and yes. Oh, no, it's not. It's his teammate. Josh Kutzer coming from the second row. He's up into first. Tate Bishop right onto his tail. Thompson into third place, and he's being attacked almost instantaneously there by their hard charge coming from the back end. That hard charge is coming through potentially from a huge amount of field, and a problem there for the 63 kart of Martin Veed. He's pulled to the sideline again. It hasn't gone according to plan yet for Veed here in race number 3. So Kutzer leads out. He got the whole shot. Hung on and tried to stay out of harm's way. Bjorn Roos just ahead of the second pack out on track. He's down in about 6th place for RKT as they come down into completing lap number 1. Let's see how they slot up and sort things out here for the third and final time. Bryn High moving up into third place on the 261 kart. Delon Thompson is second. Pringle is fourth ahead of Carlo Olifir and Jason Kutzer up to 6th place. But it is Josh Kutzer who's controlling things. And from a standing start, lap 1, a 50.387. That's an impressive lap time from a standing start there from Kutzer. Thompson is second and trying to hang on there for that second place, but he's having to work hard. Watch out behind that as Pringle's working even harder to keep out both Carlo Olifir and Jason Kutzer. Kutzer's got through, he's right onto the tail now and looking for a way to pounce on Michael Pringle. Unbelievable bit of race action here for 4th, 5th and 6th place as the top 3 start to get away from this field up front. Thompson with no answer at this stage to the pace that's been set by Josh Kutzer. What is happened to Tate Bishop? Tate Bishop's gone missing. Bishop's just gone by the wayside here. I'm not quite sure where he's ended up. He's down. And he's down in 11th place, so he must have made a mistake somewhere on track. Maybe got a little bit out of shape or ran wide. You can't do that with this very competitive field of karters behind you. Bishop went from 3rd to 11th. So certainly must have had some kind of issue on track. Kutsia is through to third. He's ahead of Pringle now as they cross the line and complete lap number 3, I beg your pardon, of 12. The 3 of 12 bringing Kutsia back into the hunt. Third place is exactly where he wanted to be. First race had a problem. Second race had a crash. 2 DNFs for the championship leader coming into this round. He has to finish this one up on the podium or as high as possible to stay in contention for this championship. Here from Pringle, Carlo Erdefier is the 5 kart, and Bjorn Roos behind him. There is an issue. Kart's on the side there. Just looking to see who that might be. Scott going again. I think that, oh no, that's Martin Veed. That's Martin Veed who's got going again. He's got going again now and is a lap down. He's just waiting for all the karts to come through so he doesn't get in harm's way or get in their way of any championship battles that are happening out on track. Good driving there from Veed. Realizing he's not in the hunt for a race win or top 10. So we'll just circulate to get some very valuable track time. And have a look at that. Tate Bishop in 9th place now. Fastest kart on track. 46.811. So starting to come through the field rapidly. He's got Joseph Ellerine just ahead of him. Delon Thompson in second at the moment. 1.4 seconds off the front end. And still no answer there from Thompson on Josh Kutsa's pace. Bishop up to 7. Comes through into turn 2 now. No worries at all here for Delon Thompson. He's got a nice margin, 2.5 seconds ahead of Jason Kutsia. Kutsia hanging on for dear life though. How much longer can he push to try and catch the back end here of Thompson, and also be wary about Pringle. He's pulled away from Pringle now. So Bjorn Roos on Carlo Erdefier. Tate Bishop just behind them, starting to close on them as well. Watching the background and come through the shot. This is Kutsa flying through. Just in the background you can pick up on the 5, 6 and 7th place battle. Fastest kart now, Jason Kutsia. So Kutsia up into 3rd place. Starting to close through onto Delon Thompson. So he's 3.8 seconds off the leader. So he's got to do some work to catch Thompson in second. Bishop's got about 4 seconds to catch Roos. This might not be doable, not at Bjorn Roos' home track. There you go. Look at this. There's Kutsia. He comes through into the chicane. Still in 3rd. Pringle in 4. And then 5 is Bjorn Roos. There's Bjorn Roos. How far back is 74 Erdefier? There he goes. And there comes the 94 of Tate Bishop. So Bishop, thanks Scotty. Awesome stuff there to see exactly how far those gaps have come down. And Tate Bishop is certainly closing on Carlo Erdefier. And the two of them doing the same job to close things down on Bjorn Roos. So it's Josh Kutsa, Delon Thompson, Jason Kutsia, Michael Pringle, Bjorn Roos, Carlo Erdefier, Tate Bishop. Kind of equidistant apart at the moment, but now with 4 laps to go, things could start to heat up a bit. Watch Tate Bishop. Once again, fastest man on track, 46.1. Wow. A 46.1, and that's at this time of the day on a very cold track after some rain is just showing you the kind of talent that Bishop has got. Can you imagine if he was at the front end and hadn't made that mistake earlier on? Bishop is going to look to still maintain 2nd place in this championship, even though Bjorn is ahead of him. We'll have to work out those points in the end to give you an ideal finish here. Josh Kutsa though has done everything right here today, that is for sure. The wins here are definitely going to be crucial for this championship. head to Dubai on the 9th of July, then to 10th of September to Swartkops to finish up the championship. Kutsa is definitely doing everything right here today to try and give himself a bit of breathing room in this championship. Only 7 points between himself and Tate Bishop after race 2. That should open up a little bit more here into race 3 and into, of course, the first race of Edubi in July. 2 laps to go. And it is going to be a very close one here between Kutsia and Delon Thompson. Thompson seems to be falling back into the clutches here of Jason Kutsia. Kutsia doing 46 4s, 46 6s out of Delon Thompson. That gap is coming down visibly. Definitely a chance here for Delon Thompson's day to be spoiled by Jason Kutsia and for him to turn his day around. Across the line to start the final lap. Here we go. Kutsia trying to catch Delon Thompson in the background as well. Looks like Bjorn Roos applying huge pressure onto Pringle. No worries at all there for this man though. Josh Kutsia just doing it all right. Kutsia's got it in the bag here by the looks of things. Going to give him 200 points at the front of this championship if this is where he finishes up. Veed gets out his way coming into the closing stages. Pardon me. Kutsia takes it. And he hangs on for another win. Delon Thompson comes through there for second place ahead of Jason Kutsia. Kutsia going to score himself 30 points to take into 132 on the point scoring tally. That might not be enough though, with Tate Bishop finishing up in 6th place. Here is your results. Kutsia from Thompson, Kutsia from Pringle, Bjorn Roos and Tate Bishop ahead of Carlo Olivier, JJ Smith, and then it was Valdo Seeger, Martin Veed, Joe Illerine and Bryn Hyde down in 12th. Bjorn Roos finishing up there in the 5 spot. Also going to give him some valuable championship points there as well. So 149, 28, that's going to give him 17. Yo, it's very close. Very, very close here for first, second, and third in this championship. Brilliant stuff. So, as we go, well done to Josh from Bruce Ferreira there. Thanks for the support there, Bruce. But give you a rundown of the championship points before we wrap things up here. Unofficially, of course, in KZ2, 200 points is the lead that Josh has got. Josh Kutsia going into Edubi on 200 points. 178 for Tate Bishop and 177 for Bjorn Roos in third place for our top 3 in the KZ2 category. Once again, a massive thanks to our sponsors for today. Allegiance Properties, Fleet Dynamics, the group there, and Grand Prix Store with the Sales Switch and Silvercrest team coming to help us out for our live stream. It's been an awesome honor and privilege as always to work under the auspices of Mr. Scotty Seward, our director today, and Paul Bedford doing all the production in the background here for Up to 60 Seconds and for Two Wheels TV. And on behalf of Rock Cup South Africa, thanks for joining us and jumping in there right in the end. Looks like Pops jumped in, eh? My dad jumped in right at the end to watch out. Scotty sends his regards there, Dad. All the very best. And congratulations on your award last night, China. It's well-deserved there from the V8 Supercars for a long-standing relationship with that category. On behalf of the Up to 60 Seconds and Two Wheels team, here on behalf of Motorsport South Africa and, of course, Rock Cup South Africa, thanks for joining us here at V-Town for round 2. We'll see you on the 9th of July at Edubi. Take care then. Bye-bye now.